cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
If your beer tastes like bitches brew, it's Mug Club time. From babes in bikinis to broads with pit hair and back knee, Mug Club time. You have a manly thirst for a frothy, ice-cold beer and not literally branded bags of commercialized shit. It's Mug Club time. When you're a part of the actual consumer base tired of the tyrannical minority of ESG bitches, hoes, trainees, and your guess is as good as mine. It's Mug Club time. If you're over the Miller, we've got your filler.
Join Mug Club today for $89 annually or try it mugless for $9 a month. You can sign up at ladderwithcredit.com/mugclub for the entire catalog, including Nick DiPaolo, Brian Callen, Mr. Guns and Gear, and of course, Alex Jones, along with 100% more of this show. Glad to be with you. I apologize. I do have a lozenge in my throat. That's what happens when you have a birthday party for 3-year-olds.
I'm getting sick.
We are all getting sick. No one is getting out of this without it. So I apologize. But it was a lot of fun. A little overkill with that the bouncy water slide. That was
70-foot slide.
Yeah, it was a 70-foot slide.
Hey, sorry I popped it.
It was like when you get a rental car and you're like, oh, all we have is the upgrade. You're like, I guess I'll drive a Maserati or whatever it is. One time I had 2 like skis, but they were like, oh, we don't have the one that you paid for, so we'll just give you the big one. I was like, okay.
Really?
And it was bigger than the house.
It was tall. It was very tall.
All right. We all had a good time. But hey, a lot to get to today. Kamala Harris is a drunk. Now, I'm not going to say that she's an alcoholic because that is a medical condition.
It's different.
Apparently. And it's the only medical condition that makes you feel really good sometimes. But she is absolutely a drunk. And I know people are talking about it, but we have catalog. We've gone back through the catalog and made sure that there's no fake news included because some things have been doctored out there. And we also have, of course, her economic policy she released. We were talking about price fixing last week, and now she's going to do the price fixing. So that's going to be in there. And we also have, of course, we have Mr. Figueiredo on here today. Paulo Figueiredo, because Elon Musk is now not banning, he's just not going to be practicing in Brazil. He's closing down his offices because of a Supreme Court justice there. We've talked about it quite a bit in the show. Brazil, we see you, we hear you, and we love you. We do. Most of the ladies, because it's well known. It's well known. Everyone's running. It's Miss Venezuela, Miss Brazil, and everyone's running for second place after that. So if you at any point today see this, head on over to Rumble. It's a live show, weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern. It's one of the few shows where, we do it live without a net, as I'm sure you can tell by me talking about a bouncy slide. It was just on our mind because we're all talking about it. It was like, it ends up being more a party for the parents. Question, if you could name a cocktail after Kamala Harris, what would you name it? What would be in it?
That's a good question.
We have a few of our own. Number 2, Captain Morgan, CEO. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm trying not to say things that
I know.
get me in trouble. The cocktail names, they just make themselves, okay?
Yes, they do.
I'm not going to say any of them. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
A little sick.
Throat's okay?
It's okay.
Which one did you go with? Did you go with like the full throttle?
No, I went with the
No?
one with the Swedish guy with the bugle.
The cola.
Ricola.
Yeah, Ricola. That's it.
Ricola.
And when you hear this, you know him. You love him. September 19th at the Big Laugh Comedy Club in Fort Worth, Texas. You can follow him on Instagram. Jay Firestein. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I want to answer the question. I would call it a Kamalapolitan, and it would have Valium in it.
Oh, nice. I would
Just
call
a glass of pills.
Yeah. I mean, it has booze in it also, and a little cherry. But yeah.
You could also have a Kamala on the beach or a sex in the mayor's office.
Either
way. Yeah.
Sex in the Bay, they used to call it.
Exactly. Sex
Yeah.
in the DA.
Well, Sex in the hospice probably now.
Yeah. You could call it side piece.
Isn't there a fuzzy nipple drink? I would say be a hairy nipple.
Side piece.
Hairy nipple.
Sidecar.
Hey.
It's a classic
Don't
drink
talk
of
about my mom like that.
cognac,
I'm
triple
not.
sec, Cointreau. But a lot of people don't know the sidecar. Are you aware of the 5 classic cocktails?
Oh my god.
Comment below. There are 5 classic cocktails that are the basis for all cocktails.
If you don't know, you're not a
One of
man.
them is the tour bus. One of them is Air Force 2.
Are you giving out the answers?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Before we get to any of that, during the here's something that every now and then. Look, the Paul brothers do something kind of right. So, the upcoming fight with Mike Tyson, which I'm sure will take place, Jake Paul actually had some comments for New York, and this is what happens after you meet President Trump once.
Hey, New York, shut the fuck up, New York. Hey, boo yourselves. Boo yourselves, New York. Hey, New York, New York, New York, you're just like Mike Tyson. You were good 20 years ago. You, New York. You.
He's playing the new Spider-Man.
Democratic City.
It's fun.
He got red pill.
Fact check true.
He's making boxing like the new WWE.
He is.
Yeah.
I don't, people who are, under the age of like 24, is that actually how you dress? Because, I've never been trendy no matter what. You can see me when I was like 15, 18, 20, 30. I've pretty much always just tried to wear things that fit. And I get that there's in style, but is it like the bad NSYNC days? Is that the new style? Because that's what I see him doing. And you know what? Maybe I just don't get it.
The Two-Face suit.
He's like the black and white cookie if it was made of newspaper.
Ebony and Ivory.
Yes.
I don't know what that style is. I'm not cool, dude.
No, I don't know what it
No,
is.
none of us.
I don't wear jeans and t-shirts. I'm old school.
Yeah. I think he does too, except, he just ruins them. So it's been 28 days since Kamala Harris has been the nominee, and she still has given 0 formal interviews, 0 official press conferences. But credit where it's due, she finally went off script and answered a question.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't go great. Didn't they make a movie about this? Yeah,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Oh,
Which brings us to
scary times.
and this will set up, of course, the segment we have on Is She a Drunk? The answer is yes, but we'll prove why. Today in Kamala.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been,
Our election is about understanding the importance of this beautiful country of ours in terms of what we stand for around the globe as a democracy.
I'm buying pickles and barbecue sauce.
As a democracy.
Ah, Dougie, there they are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know you want those. There you go.
We know there's a duality to the nature of democracy.
I do, and this is my go-to, the original nacho cheese.
Incredibly strong and incredibly fragile. Knowing that you will be undefeated even if you don't win every game, but no circumstance or event or moment will defeat your spirit.
How is the meat?
That was her voice?
Well,
Seriously.
haven't had it today. One day at a time. One day at a time. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been,
So the thing that stands out to me
The
from
Chuck
all of
Taylors?
those clips is that no one around her seems even remotely content,
I just yes. It's the people in the background are all just like
which makes sense when you understand how abusive alcoholics can be. So another
drunks, not
clip.
alcoholics.
has resurfaced, I guess, where Kamala is talking to a crowd in Madison, Wisconsin. There's been some speculation. And by speculation, I mean you have eyes and ears.
So I wanted to come by to thank you.
She's drunk.
Thank you. Because when we think about the strength of our democracy, you know, I think that there's a duality to the nature of
She had to gain her
democracy.
center of gravity.
When it's intact, oh, it's so
Saying
strong
lines from her scripted speech.
in terms of what it does to uphold and protect individual rights and freedoms. It's so strong in its nature.
I feel like having a beer right now.
It's very fragile. It will only be as strong as our willingness to fight for it.
Will it only be as strong as our willingness?
It's very strong.
Our willingness to fight.
Bring it in for a hug.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's be honest. It was basically an instructional. This has led the internet to do some digging, and then we had to verify. Okay, what that exists in the internet here is true, because there's some clips out there that are slowed down. There are some that are edited. I think some have used some AI. So what I can tell you is you can check all the references at loudwithcreditor.com, link in the description. What you are about to see, these are accurate clips from the original sources.
Oh, no.
And I will be careful with my wording and refer to them as drunk adjacent.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Our extraordinary President Joe Biden. And he's going to speak in a minute, but there's a lot
Worst
of love
toast
in this room
ever.
for our president. Is getting the fresh turkey?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's being delivered
And so
tomorrow.
just little, 1 minute out. I have 1
Okay,
minute.
yeah.
Kosher salt, fresh ground pepper, maybe chop up a little thyme, and then you can mix it even with, okay, so do the salt and pepper all over it, like just like lather that baby up. I call myself a joyful warrior. Right?
No.
You could also chop up, but not with the thyme, just the salt and pepper.
No time.
Mix that up also
we got
with
time
some
with that.
thyme. You could even do a
Well,
little
thyme's
rosemary
back.
if you want. Under the skin with some butter before you're gonna cook it. Never let anyone take your joy from you.
That's her favorite Chardonnay.
You do what you gotta do. And as a woman, there's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a bitch.
Yes, America, you're about to be ruled potentially by Pinterest mom.
Here, baby, have some. Go to sleep.
President Kamala Harris, or as they know her at the bar, Handy Harris. Because let's be...
my-
Oh,
no.
That's a line of guys.
Long line.
Do you think it was like maybe like Hennessy, or do you think it's like an India Pale Ale?
Well,
Which one? I just want to know.
Dude, she's drunker than I was in my mugshot.
yeah,
You seen that?
And Nick Nolte. Kahlua Kamala that's what that I can imagine now. Kahlua Kamala, that's what they're calling her. Kahlua Kamala.
bigots.
And VP Irish Car Bomb. I hear she's creamy but smooth going down.
She looks almost as drunk as her husband when he has to light her Kwanzaa candles. That little black menorah.
It's the three symbols of African unity, even though no one in Africa celebrates it. Or India, don't know what she is. She looks like she's playing rock, paper, stroke is what she looks like.
Well, stroke
she's
always
playing
wins.
right there, yes.
Oh, come on.
And her family's there. That's good.
Now, I'm not saying that Donald Trump should focus on this. He absolutely should not.
No,
but we can spend time on this because it's funny. And personal opinion, I absolutely think that she was soused. I just want to be very, very clear.
Oh yeah. Actually, they interviewed her. She answered her first question this morning. They said, "What have you been doing the last 3 years?" She said, "Give me a break. I was drunk."
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yeah, she's the only person who's going to have to blow into a device so Air Force One can lift off.
Everybody should troll her campaign and just mail her those little BAC things, the portable breathalyzers that you can take.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
be past this. Come on, do it right now, Kamala.
Look, here's the thing. And
Anytime,
you guys,
any place.
if you guys want to send, tips to us, lwctips@protonmail.com. If you work in the hotels,
Yeah,
show us how many of the miniature bottles are missing from the mini bar.
just show us a picture. Got to be able to prove it.
So look, we can't say, and I question you genuinely. Do you think she's a drunkard?
Yes.
I can't, but we can tell you. Few
She
key.
just likes brunch.
Yes, she just likes brunch.
She
Her
likes
and Brian
brunch.
Stelter.
Every
Yeah,
single
they have-
meal is brunch.
So during her time in the Senate, she was a part of the wine caucus.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's fine, but
She picks up her wine orders using a pseudonym.
Mhm.
Okay. She does seem to host a lot of late night ragers with lady senators. She drinks her wine with ice, which is probably the most offensive portion
How
of all.
dare
And she also had a line of whiskey inspired by her. Also, she finds herself tremendously inspired by whiskey.
Is it Mad Dog 2024?
oh, come on.
And they are making a movie about her life, which it seems like this may be foreshadowing, starring Denzel Washington, called Vices.
I was drunk. I'm drunk now.
Dirty's the woke left, right? Hey, someone. Hey, guys. Sorry, I was away.
I'm drunk right now.
They went with a more serious, less laughing version, but
I'm drunk right now. Okay. How else are you supposed to go down on Willie Brown, right? Tell me, huh?
them saggy ass
Horrible.
balls.
Saggy ass ball. I wish he took less time. All right.
Open up cases on all of you.
Dean Martin ain't got nothing on me. So, she's a drunk. She's a drunk.
For real, someone? Condolences. Seriously.
That's all. It's fun. It's fun to have a laugh. We'll get to her economic policy, which is terrifying. And she didn't write it because it wasn't riddled with typos and every other paragraph saying that she really loves you. Here's another fast.
We should hang out more, man.
Yeah. That's what she says to everybody who never responds. So Wisconsin's Minoka Brewing Company, they also have a 9.7% ABV beer named
Nice.
La. It's named after Harris. Now, that's just kind of funny. It doesn't mean she has anything to do with this brewery, but the brewery also has an Antifa Oktoberfest, the Labor Lager, and MAGA Tears. So anyone out there, if you happen to be in that area of Wisconsin, don't go there.
Dirty labor lager for you.
Don't
buddy.
spend any money on it.
Also, she did, Birds of a Feather. You've heard that?
Mhm.
You know how it ends?
Mm-hmm.
Birds of a feather
Flocking.
Well, they get drunk.
stick together.
Oh.
So, yeah, because they eat the fermented berries. She did pick a running mate who has a DUI on his record,
It's true.
and he does look like
True.
perpetually drunk Faces of Death Gerald Ford. My point is,
Looks pretty cool to me.
I just,
Looks like a cool guy you go out with.
yeah.
He's like, I'll take the hit, dude. Don't worry about it.
She seems drunk, but the policies that she's proposed, even from like pro Barack Obama
Ugh.
economists, their response has basically been with the rollout of her economic policy or the proposals. The response has been like, yeah, she's drunk.
Like,
Yeah, so what, dude?
So
You're
this-
not drunk?
what do you mean, Josh?
You just go home and feel?
So let's go through some of the economic policies from Kamala Harris. The worst one is it includes outright price controls. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, all the references available, lighthousecredit.com. This is according to the Washington Post, the first ever federal ban on price gouging on food and groceries, setting clear rules of the road to make clear that
That
big
is
corporations
coming.
can't unfairly exploit consumers to run up excessive corporate profits on food and groceries. So what that means is if goods or
That's
services
what
or the raw
Stalin did.
materials or the energy costs go up, the government, run by drunk Kamala Harris, will come in and say, no, this is what you charge.
Yes. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it makes complete sense. And this is just, it's all
I'm all over the place. It's
so tiresome. This has happened before
Yeah.
in many other countries. They've even attempted it softly here in the United States. It always leads to hyperinflation, and it leads to shortages.
Yeah.
The idea that you can step in, let's just think about this for a second. We talked about it last week where she said the price fixing from corporations. Corporations don't price fix. It doesn't make sense. Think about it. They're competitive with each other. All the corporations, and now maybe if you have just a duopoly or a tripopoly, and that's why we have antitrust laws, if they collude together, for example, like American auto manufacturers,
Right,
especially when they receive never-ending bailout subsidies. You see that, for example, with airlines. There may be some of that because they effectively are wings of the government. But an individual grocers, different franchises, or individual restaurants, guess what? They have to be competitive. They need to court your business. And so if a couple companies would price fix, another company would come in and say, hey, we can clean up.
Yeah, exactly.
And at that point, wouldn't farmers and ranchers, wouldn't they price fix together too for their prices to the stores?
Well, the price fixing does happen with
It would
ranchers
go
and
all the
farmers
way up.
from the government. For example, this is a good example for the government in Michigan, cherries.
Yeah.
Do you know this? This is what they do with cherries. In order to keep the prices of cherries artificially high, if they have a year with record yield, they make them dump the cherries.
Yes.
If they have a year where there aren't enough cherries, they subsidize them. So the farmers get paid either way because the government says we can't have a year where there are so many cherries that the price goes down and the next year the prices go up. So we're going to fix them. They don't even let farmers keep them to make their own pies in Michigan.
No.
It's well known. The government is the one in charge of price fixing. So to solve the fake problem of corporations price fixing, which makes no sense, she says the government is going to step in and price fix. I don't know if you know this. It's been tried. The Soviets tried it. Of course, Venezuela, any fascist communist dictatorship has tried it. The results? Food shortages.
Oh, I thought it was going to be good.
No consumer basic products like phones, cars, lowest jeans, not even Wranglers. No central heating, cooling, sewage. They end up with black markets. Of course, they end up with hyperinflation. And you know this, it's also the exact same policies that led to the infamous bread lines in Nicaragua, but it shouldn't be surprising that the Democratic Party is still supporting those policies today.
It's funny, sometimes American journalists talk about how bad a country is because people are lining up for food. That's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
That is, huh? This is the one area. So grocery stores, there is so much competition for food right now. Their margins run at around 2%.
Mm-hmm.
That is dramatically lower than even the second worst industry. And it's because of competition. And they're saying, oh, they're price gouging. Are you serious? This is the free market working wonderfully. You have to have scale. They're like, we need more mom and pop grocery. You can't because it's so little margin because these big guys are competing like crazy with each other. It works really well. And people are going after them for milk.
Well, the price fixing will favor, again, the giant grocers, just like we saw during COVID. Remember during COVID?
They could survive it.
Yeah, exactly. During COVID, the franchises didn't all shut down. Mom and pop businesses shut down. If you were in Michigan under, wicked governor of the West, the Midwest, Gretchen Whitmer, you could go to Costco, you could go to Walmart, you couldn't go to a local grocer. You couldn't go to a farmer's market. You could go to the weed store, but you couldn't go to a nursery to get the plant seeds that you need. And so what happened is you had an unbelievable number of local businesses that shut down. You saw the same thing in Minnesota, by the way.
Yeah.
You saw, I believe it was 1,500. We cited this last week. 1,500
yes.
at least confirmed businesses that went under that will never come back as a result of the lockdown policies. When you end up implementing regulations into an industry that are in no way beholden to the free market, larger corporations can survive it. They have more padding. And even worse, larger corporations that are too big to fail don't care at all. They don't have to provide you with anything of value because they'll end up with a never-ending supply of taxpayer dollars. For proof, see how shitty American auto manufacturing has become outside of Tesla. Let's think of the most heavily subsidized and regulated markets. You guys thrilled with airlines? You guys thrilled with dealing with auto manufacturers or car dealerships? What about health insurance? Are these the industries that you say customer service is performed with aplomb, or you go, oh man, these are the worst phone calls you have to make if you have to call someone on customer service? Well, they don't care. These are people who are subsidized by the government. It's very different from a local business. Here's another part of her.
Really quickly, I think I have to fact check you. Research, let me know. You said 1,500 businesses. I think that was the Summer of Love in
just the Summer of Love. Sorry, in Minnesota.
Over 10,000 businesses.
10,500
COVID lockdowns closed down.
Okay,
in Minnesota. So
admonish me. Admonish
way
me.
worse.
I apologize. I was going by road and I was playing it conservatively. It's 10 times worse than I told you.
and it still sounded bad.
It still sounded bad. So here's another policy here that she is proposing, but the left is saying, oh, this is the same thing as people on the right. It's not. And I'll explain to you the difference comparing Kamala Harris versus J.D. Vance. She wants to provide this $6,000 tax credit to families for each newborn baby. I get it. Hey, baby steps. It's a one instance where the Democrat Party actually sees a newborn baby and thinks anything other than how to kill it.
Well, that's fair, but it has to be born to get the $6K. You can't just get close.
Yes, okay. Exactly. That
sounds terrible.
Yeah. So they're trying to compare this to J.D. Vance. Some people even saying it's a ripoff, but it's not even. So J.D. Vance has proposed a $5,000 child tax credit. All right. There's a big difference between the two. Here are two CNBC headlines discussing Kamala versus Vance's policies. Okay, August 12th. Vance wants to raise the child tax credit to $5,000. Here's why that could be difficult. August 16th. Harris calls for the expanded child tax credit of up to $6,000 for families with newborns. So one is, again, 4 days apart. This is going to be difficult. That's a criticism, obviously. Yes. They'll try and say that they're objective. And the other one is just, hey, we're just giving you the facts. By the way, I don't know if you remember this. She also proposed no taxes on tips, which was kind of a landmark policy from Donald Trump, and she was a tiebreaker on the bill that, of course, increased IRS surveillance and taxations on tips. So she is stealing from their playbook, but then she gets it wrong. And the way she gets it wrong is there are none of the income or effectively the productivity requirements for child tax credits. So I don't know if you know this, but this is how you end up creating the kind of problem that you've seen with Black American families. After we saw this with Lyndon Johnson, we saw this with Model Cities, and we saw this, with the Great Societies program, where you have women, you've heard the term baby mamas, and people will say it's racist, but it's a term that's used because you have women who, if they are not married, they don't have the father in the household, they get more credits, more income. You have some people who effectively end up having more children because it allows them to not work. So now if you add on top of that just a child tax credit, which we're not talking about EBT or actual welfare benefits, but a child tax credit with no income, no work requirements, you are now encouraging effectively unproductivity. And you're going to compound the problem of fatherless households. It needs to come with some prerequisites. I don't know if you know this, but I don't necessarily believe that if you subsidize something, you get more of it, because we don't really see that with solar. We don't really see that with wind or renewable resources. But we certainly do see taxation and relief from taxation as a behavioral modification. And in this instance, why would you want to reward people not working? It'd be like rewarding people for smoking and drinking, which Kamala Harris likely does as well. So
it doesn't make sense to give a tax credit for someone who doesn't pay taxes.
Right.
It's it's just in the name,
Right. This also brings us, so we see, okay, price fixing. Let's go through all this. Price fixing. Hey, companies, this is what you're going to charge. All right. What do we think happens there? Hyperinflation, shortage of goods and services. Okay. Just a tax credit. Who's going to pay for it? Take a guess.
Me.
You, of course. Then we have the housing assistance.
One of the worst.
And we've been here before. I don't know if you guys know this. I know a lot of you who watch, our median viewer here is 30 or under in many instances. So if you're watching right now, are you aware of what happened with the housing crisis in 2008? And are you aware what led to it? So she wants to provide $25,000 as basically down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. So where will she get the money? Already first-time home buyers. You saved, scraped, and paid for a house. And now through your tax dollars, you get to pay for someone else to get a $25,000 down payment from Uncle Sam. I don't know if you know this. There's already a shortage of 4.5 million homes in this country. She wants to increase effectively demand at a time where there is arguably record low supply, or certainly historically low supply. This would mean what? Again, more inflation. Yeah. If you were to design a policy just to create more inflation, which we've done for the last 3 years, we've seen similar policies, this would be a brilliant way to go about it.
Yeah, it would actually drive, like we said, it would drive the prices up. Now, whether it drives it up, by $25,000, as some people have said, per house, no, that's probably not going to happen. But it will drive the prices up. It's not addressing the thing that is keeping people from buying homes right now, which is mortgage interest rates. It's massive. We did a segment on this and how much you would have to pay every single month
Yeah.
Huge amounts of money going out because the interest rate went from around 3 or 4% to 7%.
Well,
I don't know what it is
even
today.
worse than that is BlackRock, Vanguard, State
Yeah, well,
Street
that's
buying
true.
up single, family
To rent
homes.
them out.
And yes, exactly. They want to create a class of renters. And I don't know if you know this, but Elizabeth Warren has said they are too big to fail. So there's a reason that home prices have gone up. And then you have the exacerbation by the interest rates going up.
Yeah, and she's not doing anything to take that challenge on. Just give people more money. Yeah, that worked great with college tuition. Just give people free money to go to college because now universities are charging $300,000-$400,000 a year, and I'm not talking like Harvard.
Right.
I'm talking other universities.
Yeah.
For a year, not 1 year.
Well, the good news
University of Phoenix, even.
Yes. Hey, I'm a Phoenix.
You got to pay for that.
Nothing
online.
wrong with that.
And she was asked, I rise from the digital ashes.
Hey, burn you, flaming man.
Yes.
What?
Phoenix. It's a burning animal.
Oh, shut up.
Their
a mythical
mascot is
creature?
the Disco Inferno guy.
All right.
I've seen Harry Potter. I know.
She was asked, though, about how she would pay for all of these things. Okay, when we're talking about child tax credit without the same requirements, we're talking about housing assistance. Okay, we're talking about just basically fixing prices, which means eventually you have to subsidize them. Hey, Kamala, how are you going to pay for all this? Well, I don't know if you are aware. The answer went poorly.
Unveiled some economic policies last week.
Yeah.
Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example.
Some protests coming up.
And the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. When we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any
all three of them
person
looking
who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment.
So, okay, she just keeps saying return on investment, return on investment. We get it. We've watched Shark Tank too.
It's like she's trying to prove she knows what it means.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I know what ROI is.
ROI.
I read E-Trade paragraph once.
Hey, it's an acronym. like YOLO. So that's not like that at all. I think it is. I think it is. When this is all predicated, and this is the mistake that's
unfortunately,
constantly
Sabrina
made.
didn't look close
It's predicated
enough.
on the idea of you're going to increase the tax base, property taxes, that people will make those payments, that people will be able to afford it. If you are giving someone $25,000 as a down payment on a house, what are the prerequisites there that prove this person guaranteed will be able to make those payments?
Right.
Here's the thing. We know historically they don't. The 2008 financial crisis. I don't know if you remember this. People were subsidized to buy homes they couldn't afford under the names of effectively what is originally kind of DEI, right? ESG. It was, hey, we need to make sure that people who can't afford homes, people who haven't saved for a down payment, banks, you can't discriminate. You have to lend out to these people. And then they blame the banks when they insured this, right? The government said, and by the way, if these people default, we are the ones who will deem you too big to fail and will foot the bill. None of this happens if the government doesn't step in and say, we will foot the bill through the taxpayer dime. Banks wouldn't take that risk.
Yeah.
Everyone defaulted. It created a term that then the left, again, corrects. It's the exact same thing that you see with the price fixing. So let me just simplify this for you. You'll say this is reductive, but it's by design, okay? Because I don't have enough time to get into all of it. But you have Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, right? Yes, Dodd-Frank, okay, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You have these bills effectively that are designed to re-engineer society and to tell financial institutions, hey, certain portion of the population are not getting homes. And the banks say, well, yeah, because they can't afford them and we wouldn't lend these people money because they won't pay them back. The government says, you have to give those people homes. You have to lend them out. And the bank said, well, how are we going to do that? And the government basically said, you're going to do it effectively with no money down and like 2%. And the bank said, you're bullshitting. They said, if you don't do it, it's racist and or whatever else is today, and we'll punish you. But if you do it, don't worry, we'll foot the bill if they should happen to default. That's exactly what happened, and people ended up defaulting.
Yeah, like crazy.
And then they invented the term to deal with it, to blame the banks, predatory lending, as though banks were going around. Lenders were going, today I hope I find a sucker who I can give free money to who can't pay it back.
Right. Nope.
It fails to operate without the guarantee of the government without prerequisites.
Yeah.
This is what we've done, and you've seen it in the past. You want to talk about the swamp? Bill Clinton, George W. Bush said pretty much the exact same thing, which led to the 2008 crisis.
We're attracting more capital into affordable housing and community development by strengthening the Community Reinvestment Act, expanding the network of community development financial institutions, making permanent mortgage revenue bonds and the low-income housing tax credit, and gaining greater commitments from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Today, while nearly 3/4 of all white Americans own their homes, less than half of all African Americans and Hispanic Americans are homeowners. A low-income family is qualified to buy a home, but comes up short on the down payment. The American Dream Down Payment Fund will help provide the needed funds.
It's a bad idea no matter who says it. And here's a little bit of cold water for you. Down payments are kind of a barrier to entry for a reason. When you go to apply for a loan, you have to show that that money has been in your account. You can't have somebody give you money for a down payment and it just magically show up in the bank and go, that sounds good enough for me. They want to see a pattern of behavior that indicates that you will pay back the loan, that you understand that this is going to cost you to do. And giving people money to go into a house doesn't do that. It's a barrier to entry for a reason. I want everybody to have a home. I would love that. But it's just not possible for so many people. We saw it in 2008. And what is worse, to have you to put all of your life savings into it, to get a loan, to go into a home, and then to lose it 2-3 years later when you can't make the payments. That's worse than saying, hey, I got to rent for a little while longer and tighten the belt a little bit. But I wanted to sum all of this up with one of your favorite songs. This is Kamala Harris's kind of thing. Kamala Claus is coming to town.
What?
It's Kamala Claus.
Oh God! Stop
it's your favorite Christmas song. And I felt like,
wow.
yeah, that's what that was.
Admonish. I mean,
I think
please
you should admonish him.
I would like that.
He knows that I hate Bruce Springsteen, but he didn't realize that I would also hate him.
Well, good for you. You interrupted him.
Yes, I did, but he's still doing it.
We're trying to talk over him, but
y'all been
Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, Bruce Springsteen is a mumbling bag of talentless shit. Everyone knows that. I don't like him. My very first time doing this show on radio was a 3-hour show Friday mornings, syndicated 6 to 9 a.m. I did an entire segment on why Bruce Springsteen was the worst person on earth. And they wiped the internet of those old clips where you can find him when he was young, talking like this. He was talking like this. And then he's talking like he's the boss. Really? You're 5'6". You've never done anything tough in your life, and I could hurt you.
It's going to be stuck in your head. You know?
No, it's not.
It will. Yeah.
It's absolutely not going to be stuck in my head. Also, the other thing, play that ROI clip again. There's one thing there that I also want to point out.
You know, there had been some economic policies last week.
Yeah.
Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%.
Okay, stop. Pause.
So that's a lot.
Let me ask you this. Do any of you believe that?
Yeah, the claim.
Do you think that anyone believes that? That Joe Biden reduced child poverty by 50%? Just think of these claims that they make. So she wants you to believe that in the United States, child poverty was 50% higher under the Trump administration than Joe Biden.
Right.
That's an insane number.
They said it in first year, over 50% reduction when they did what? She's talking about the tax credit, the earned income tax credit for the child, right? You didn't change it much. If you reduce child poverty by changing things by $1,000, we've been doing this wrong for a long time.
Also, Trump had doubled that child tax credit.
Yes.
It was like $1,200, and I think he made it $2,400.
They make these claims out there where they go, crime is lower than ever. Is anyone buying that? I understand that there's politics at play and you have to sort of package yourself. Anyone buy that child poverty was cut in half? Because if that was true, I don't know, there would be papers all over the world, economists saying, hey, child poverty is a thing of the past. It no longer exists effectively. We've done away with it.
You know, I have noticed a lot less kids selling chiclets on my street.
Yes.
Oh, that's Addy. They're selling there.
Oh, I see. I've been buying it. But
what is it with chiclets? What is it? Hey, can you guys? What is it with chiclets?
It's a fun
Can
little
you comment
gum.
if you're in South America or Cuba or whenever I go there? They always ask for chiclets. I gave them chiclets. I mean, but I wanted to tell them like we have a lot better candy in America than chiclets. Like I don't know if you know this. Like when tourists come to your land, you guys can. You mustn't be afraid to dream a little bit bigger, love. Like chiclets, we can bring cool stuff, and you're still fixated on the chiclets.
Like, don't set their expectations too high. You don't want to tell these kids all about Sour Patch Kids and.
I guess yeah. Could you imagine a bunch of kids living under communist Cuba with a few sour straws? For crying out loud, the Castros wouldn't stand a chance.
They would never. A couple of airheads, they're done. Were they warheads? Yeah.
Warheads and airheads.
Warheads.
Speaking of foreign lands, we are going to have Mr. Figueiredo here on.
I'll check this out for a second.
Rights and abortion access. So we've heard a lot from Kamala Harris and the Democrats about restoring Roe, and that does not go far enough. That's not good enough. So many people did not have access to abortion under Roe. So we're here to say that we want to move beyond that framework.
Don't look like many people. Is these cops lined up? These cops lined up here? Oh, okay. Let's go. This is from yesterday, I think.
You make airstrikes going across. Kamala Harris, what have you done for us? Why should we vote for you?
To end the genocide in Gaza and the siege on Gaza. And we need an arms embargo on Israel to, completely stop sending weapons, stop sending aid to Israel. That is the first step of a ceasefire.
Well, we're here marching to tell the Democrats that we need more on abortion rights and abortion access. So we've heard a lot from Kamala Harris and the Democrats about restoring Roe, and that does not go far enough. That's not good enough. So many people did not have access to abortion under Roe. So we're here to say that we want to move beyond that framework.
Guys, from yesterday. You're right there.
Show, which I guess, well, if you're watching, you won't be able to see this on Rumble in Brazil. So that's the value, I guess, of still having YouTube, because some of YouTube is available in Brazil. I think,
surprisingly.
This is something that's pretty scary. And this is why we talk about big tech, where it's not just about the United States, because other governments apply pressure to these companies. And then they implement foreign government policies here in the United States. It's kind of a way of importing socialism digitally. So I'm glad to see Elon Musk take a stand here. Rumble has already done this.
Back in November, I think.
Yeah, supportive of them. Elon Musk announced that X is going to be closing its office in Brazil. He wrote this. He said, the decision to close the X office in Brazil was difficult, but if we had agreed to Alexander's, this is Mariah's, his illegal secret censorship and private information handover demands, there was no way we could explain our actions without being ashamed.
Which is kind of a funny way of describing it.
Yes.
I'd be very ashamed.
And this is a Supreme Court justice. We've been covering this for a long time here on the show. Alexander de Moraes said that X's legal representative would be arrested if the site did not remove accounts of specifically 19 influencers and one politician. Think about that. A Supreme Court justice.
One politician, I can guess.
One person threatening X, threatening people with arrest if they don't remove opinions that they don't like, the entire accounts of opinions they don't like. You may not know this. Some people have fled the country over this. People have been jailed over this. So when people talk about freedom of speech existing elsewhere in the world, it's not a thing. And it's certainly not a thing in Brazil. Remember, Moraes, he's the person he campaigned against the Brazilian right-wingers under the guise of combating digital militias. That's what he said, digital militias. We have to get rid of these digital militias.
So soft.
And he also temporarily banned Telegram. in, I believe, 2022 over a pro-Bolsonaro account. Think about this.
Wow.
A politician, a Supreme Court judge, had a private application banned because someone was pro-one candidate.
Yes.
Yesterday's first day.
And people think the only way that they steal
First
elections
day.
is by ballot harvesting or by rigging a machine. Do you see how it happens? It happens across the world all the time.
Well, these guys also shut down an entire news organization because of its kind of truth-telling to power that they didn't like. And look, here in the United States, we get it. There's a lot of people who say stuff that we disagree with, that gets us off message, that moves us in places that we're like, that's fake. Okay, fine, we have to deal with that. But you've got one guy just basically saying, no, this one goes, this one goes, this one goes. So this is the same kind of thing when you talk about define hate speech, right? When you put the power in one person's hand. Let me go back to Kamala real quick. Define price gouging.
Right.
No, but there is no definition for it, just like there's no definition for hate speech or whatever the heck they want to call it here in Brazil. It's just one person going, I don't like you. You're gone.
Yep.
It's more it's less I don't like you. It's more of you're threatening my power.
Yeah.
Gone.
By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, Tuesday, we're Monday. Yes.
Today's Monday.
Yes. I know. We've been spending so many minutes on here talking about drunken Kamalas. I feel drunk.
Oh,
thank God.
We
it's
will
Monday.
be on Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday and Thursday. We are not streaming in the morning because we are live streaming the DNC, fact checking the DNC, both Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. And we're going to have special guests, all of that. So live drinking game rules to follow. And I am going to be very careful with it because we've been too good with our drinking game rules.
We have. Did we confirm if Adam Kinzinger is speaking still on Thursday night?
I don't know if he is.
It was up there originally.
I don't know if it's confirmed.
Trolling.
They seem pretty disorganized, but I'm telling you this, the DNC is going to be lit. There are already so many protesters who've shown up because they hate Jews.
They took over their opening party.
Because they hate Jews. It's just so funny because Donald Trump, he says things that sometimes are silly, but it's accurate. Like he could just go, look at the DNC, hates Jews. And you'd be like, yeah, that's right. Look at all those people. They hate the Jews.
Is this for the protester? We have video, obviously, the protester storming the stage. We can come back to that if you want to.
No, let's go to it right now.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's fun.
Y'all can do better than that. Mike, the money!
150,000 people are dead.
Wait, what? I thought it was 40.
A genocide. The Harris-Biden administration keeps owing money to
Shut up, bitch!
Okay, I'm going to tell you, I don't like that. I don't like that clip. I don't like that clip.
Why?
That's what
because there was no body slam. I'm sorry. There were not enough consequences.
That's a huge stage. You got to take
You
advantage
do
of
not
that.
get to storm a stage like that, especially after we had an attempted assassination.
No.
That woman deserves to know what it feels like to be suplexed by an all-American D1 wrestler. It will be a lesson that she'll keep with her for the rest of her days, and she will thank you for it. And if it's a man, I'm sorry, but that's your fault.
Yeah, you know what I think is hilarious though about those protesters and the ones that I've seen outside? They're wearing masks. You're doing the one thing to muffle your voice that you can do as a protester. The only thing you have is your voice.
Yes.
What are you doing, you idiots?
They're
This
afraid
is
of
fantastic
monkeypox.
and stupid at the same time. It's so funny.
Well, they should be afraid of monkeypox.
Well, they very
Every
much
single
should
one
be.
of them should.
Don't you get it through the butt though?
Yes, Josh.
Look at
Yes.
faggot.
Not the
Dump that, please.
Yes, dump that.
They have two masks on.
Yes.
They have a butt mask? I don't understand.
I don't know.
diaper.
Is it like a?
It's
Is it
fine.
like a?
It
like
works.
It's like a
dental
pad.
dam for the?
They make those for the other one.
This whole world is so perverse. I'm just waiting for the flood.
It's not going to happen by flood. He said he wouldn't do that again.
Do you have any idea? Like
burn
sometimes you ever just think about God when he's like, if there are only 10 decent, if there are 10 good men left, like what does it take for a portion of this globe just to be turned into pillars of salt? Like he's looking down, he's like, wait a second, what? Oh, you get these people protesting because they want to wipe Israel off the face of the map, and half these people have monkeypox. How do they get monkeypox?
Wait, they're doing things with the monkeys again?
Guys, did we unleash monkeypox yet?
What is this?
You know, Michael, I knew the monkeys were a problem. You shouldn't have created them. You were right the whole time.
It's just so tiresome. So back to Brazil. In December of 2023, Rumble left Brazil, right, over these censorship threats from this Moraes Supreme Court justice. And then in April, this same man ordered Elon Musk to block accounts on X. X kind of had to pretend that the ban was for terms of service violations, not by the judge's order. That's what was happening back then. And it was pretty scary. We had a couple of notable Brazilian journalists on this show. quite a few times here, and that's because we understand.
I heard what's his name just got suspended on X for making violent threats.
That there are parallels here with Brazil, if you're in the United States, that you need to be following. It's kind of the playbook. It's playing out in real time over there. And of course, if you look at the people who are allies with, I don't even want to say liberal, the socialist factions in Brazil, of course, they're the same socialist factions here in the United States. And these, I believe we have a montage for those who haven't been caught up on these people from Brazil who were very grateful to have given a platform and a voice because they couldn't speak on Rumble and they couldn't speak on X in Brazil for a long time, as per orders from their government.
Used to have sometimes more viewers than Fox News on prime time in the U.S. The U.S. has been, so far in the past few years, a force for evil and censorship in Brazil. And I think the U.S. needs to become, again, a force for freedom and democracy. And one day I woke with everything blocked, and plus all my assets in Brazil, all my assets and bank accounts were frozen. We have been learning that the whole theoretical framework that was used by the Brazilian courts, by Moraes court, everything came from the United States.
So here to discuss this and more on the recent developments is a noted journalist and I guess you could say outlaw.
Yeah.
And adorable Brazilian, Paulo Figueiredo. Mr. Figueiredo, can you see me, hear me, sir?
Very well, Stephen. How are you?
I am doing okay. I don't know what to where's the best place for people to go before we start talking to support you? I know you're stateside, but obviously, where should people of Brazil go?
Well, they can go to locals. I have my own website. It's my name, which is very hard to type in English, but it's paulofigueiredoshow.com. And I'm also on X, and so people can support me several ways.
So let me ask you this. Speaking of X, right? This is kind of a development. Elon is now shutting down the X office in Brazil. What has changed? Because I know before he was maybe kind of kowtowing a little bit, or was it under the guise of terms of service violations? Can you let people know what the change is right now as far as Elon Musk and the status of voices of opposition in Brazil and X?
Well, first of all, I hope you like my mug.
I do.
Yeah, I hope you do. So things in Brazil are always kind of crazy. We're a crazy bunch, as you know firsthand. But these last 2 weeks have been totally insane. Okay, I haven't been able to hit the mats. No jiu-jitsu for me. And I think you guys did a solid summarizing what went down in Brazil. But there's a little bit of context, because last Tuesday, Glenn Greenwald, that Glenn Greenwald, the American journalist who blew the lid off the U.S. deep state and the NSA with the Snowden files, the Pulitzer winner and all, very leftist, he dropped a bombshell in Brazil. So for those who are out of the loop, Glenn lives in Brazil. He was married to a Brazilian socialist congressman who recently passed. And he got his hands on 6 gigabytes of cell phone chats, conversations from the staff of Moraes, of Brazil's dictator Moraes. And man, those conversations were damning as hell, for sure. So for
I would
starters,
also imagine very gay, but yes, go on.
Well, you'll be the judge of that, okay? For starters, the first report showed that on December 30th, and we're talking about Folha de São Paulo is a leftist mainstream newspaper in Brazil. They're often compared to the New York Times, okay? They're the largest, most known newspaper in the country. So Glenn Greenwald, on this newspaper, he showed on his report that on December 30th, while everyone was partying and getting drunk, Moraes, a justice from the Supreme Court, was putting together a dossier against on me and another journalist, Rodrigo Constantino, who is also based here in the U.S. So I think that's very hard to wrap your head around, because finding out that a Supreme Court justice is building a dossier against you, it's mind-blowing. I mean, the fact that a judge is complying evidence for accusation It's definitely a violation, a crazy violation of due process. So when he was not happy with the dossier, his lackeys asked for more of my tweets to be added, saying, "Well, he's got a bee on his bonnet." So and when that happens, it's a nightmare. So he's at staff talking about him,
right.
Putting up a dossier against journalists. So in another chat, he's asking to censor Brazil.
Not because he's anti-Trump, because he was promoting people to go out and do violence on Trump. He was calling for people to go continue with the shooting and stuff like that. He was blatantly just saying it.
Brazil's highest right-wing magazine.
Free speech. But if I do anything similar to that to anybody, I'm behind bars. I'm not just getting suspended on a fucking social media for that.
And when the people say they only found journalist content on the site, they can't censor that. Moraes' right-hand man orders get creative.
Right.
But there's way more. I don't want to get into all the details.
But it is. I mean, this is something people need to know. Of course, you had an election that many people in Brazil and the United States questioned.
Yeah, deepest condolences there, someone somewhere. Seriously.
And again, like I said, there are many ways to tilt an election or outright steal an election. And silencing voices of opposition, silencing stories, and removing content that could inform the public and certainly would inform their vote is one of those ways. What's odd to me, I shouldn't say odd, is that even after the election that they won in Brazil, they're still pushing for it, which means they want a stranglehold forevermore, right? They want to maintain that grip on power. Let me ask you this, since ex-employees may not be like in danger in Brazil anymore, do you think that Elon's going to be reinstating all of these accounts that the Brazilian Supreme Court forced him to ban?
I don't know. I left out the worst part of the dialogues of Moraes, because there's one point where his chief of staff talks about Alan dos Santos, who you met.
Yeah, great guy.
You know very well. Great guy. Journalist, also under asylum here in the U.S. There's a moment on these conversations that Moraes' chief of staff literally says, "Well, it makes me want to send some thugs to grab this guy by force and shove him on a Brazilian plane." He's talking about kidnapping. The Moraes' chief of staff is talking about kidnapping a journalist on U.S. soil.
Yeah,
and that's on the dialogue.
Well, and dos Santos has, by the way, spent time in prison. A lot of people don't realize that too. Like this is not just one new example. So the fact that they're still trying to persecute it's got to be terrifying.
Well, I was the one that spent time on prison. Alan didn't yet, so we hope he doesn't.
Oh, I guess he spent time in exile.
He's been here under exile since 2021. So here's the kicker. So we started to have the mainstream media criticizing Moraes. Senators of Brazil huddled up and said they were going to push for Moraes' impeachment. An online petition for his impeachment kicked off on Friday, had already reached, as we talk, 800,000 signatures. Wow. There's a protest. Elon Musk was invited for this protest demonstrations on September 7th, which is our Independence Day in Brazil. Musk was invited by a Brazilian congressman, and the word on the street says it's going to be the biggest in Brazilian history. We're talking about millions of people. Wow. Okay, this is the context. And then that's what happened. Now, let's talk back. Let's talk X, as you asked. Moraes hit back, ordering X to block new profiles, including my 5th profile opened last month.
Right.
Yes, 5th profile. I kept opening new accounts. He kept closing them out. And he already blocked 4 of them, and this one had 150,000 followers. So he went out like asking for more profiles to be censored. Apparently, there was a mix-up notifying serving X legal reps in Brazil who had changed recently. And if you ask me, I think Elon Musk was already phasing out X out of Brazil, following to his promise early this year. So Moraes took this as X flipping him the bird and threatening 3 things. 1, to freeze the bank accounts of X employee the legal representative in Brazil as an individual, not the company, the individual.
Wow.
He also put the company's execs from their positions. Yes. We have government judge putting executives out of the company. And finally, he threatened to throw them in prison for content.
Right.
So Elon Musk finally said enough of this crap and pulled the plug on X operations in Brazil. As for now, the platform is still up and running, but there's a real chance he might block the DNS of X and ask for the removal from the App Store and Google Play Store in any second.
Right.
VPN downloads in Brazil went through the roof. Then yesterday, Proton VPN, who's a sponsor of my channel, one of the largest in Brazil, they vanish from Apple App Store, and no one knows why. Proton's Twitter account said that it might be due to a secret censorship order from Moraes. So that's where we stand right now.
Is that just it's disappeared in Brazil or globally?
In Brazil.
Okay. All right. Can people still? Is there a way around it where they can go to the website and download it?
Yeah, well, you can download it through the website, and people that use Androids can also download either through the Google Play Store or people that use.
Well, give it a big plug. Let people know while you're right.
Straight people, yeah, straight people that use that don't use iPhones. They can.
Hey, I'm not the one who enjoyed prison, buddy.
Well, yeah. I didn't drop the soap, though.
No, you didn't. You gave other people soap baskets like Sherry the berries. So I get that it's a power move, but still, you didn't have to have that big of a smile on your face. But where is it? So what's the website where people can go who are watching right now so they can download this VPN?
I think protonvpn.com, they can download the VPN. But other VPNs are also very good. Proton is sponsored by ExpressVPN is good. NordVPN, other VPNs work.
Okay.
The only thing that's weird is the fact that we already have an app that's being censored by the Brazilian court, apparently. So that's where we stand right now. And look, people got to realize the magnitude of that. Brazil has 220 million people, is the 5th largest market of X in the world. And X operates in 195 countries. So this is like 2 countries more than the UN has as members.
Right.
So the fact that Brazil is shutting down X is huge.
Right. Yeah. Let me ask this. What do you think the end game is? What actions are being taken in Brazil by the people, aside from just what you've just mentioned? Are there other steps that can be taken to stop this judge specifically? Are people becoming aware of Moraes, the judge specifically? Because you can come on here and talk about it. Do the Brazilian people know how corrupt this guy is and how far his power reaches?
Well, the pressure is definitely starting to build up. Moraes, a year ago, he was winning all the awards as like personality of the year. It's like the cover of the Time magazine. He was the savior of the Brazilian democracy. It's like almost like the press was treating Moraes kind of like the same way that the U.S. press used to treat Anthony Fauci. Like, this is the greatest guy in the planet. He's saving our society and all that. That started to change. And now we're seeing Congress they're very afraid of Moraes, but they're starting to take a few steps. And then you have this petition. People expect that until September 7th, this petition will have 5 million signatures. And then there's the demonstrations on September 7th. Bolsonaro will be there. Musk was invited. So it's supposed to be big. So the pressure is building up. Also, it looks like the U.S. Congress is going to introduce the Brazilian Democracy and Freedom Act anytime in September. That's what I've heard. And that will propose sanctions to Brazilian authorities that violates human rights, such as free speech. So the pressure is building up. And the only way for the country to survive this is impeaching Moraes.
Right.
Otherwise, things are not great in Brazil at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here with as many journalists prohibited from going back to my country.
Right.
But look, can you imagine the moral hazard if we have all these dialogues, chats becoming public, and nothing happens?
Right.
He's going to be more and more empowered. So we have 2 ways. One, we impeach Moraes and we establish a little bit of the rule of law in Brazil. Things will get better. Show accountability for those who violate the basic human rights. The alternative is Moraes stays in power, things are staying the same, and he becomes more empowered, and who knows what's going to happen. Definitely what we look like is that we're going to become more and more similar to Venezuela.
Well, I really hope not. Now, we're going to continue here on Mug Club. I know September 7th is going to be the big protest. My question to you is, if you're planning with that many people in Brazil, how are you going to make sure they arrive on time? So we'll continue this on Mug Club. Toolman with Mr. Figueiredo.
You guys hear me now through this mic?
Test. How's this mic working? You guys gonna make me switch to something else? These are the same mics that Alex Rosen is using on his predator poachers. I'll hide it under my beard. Cool. Now you guys will be able to hear my interactions with the idiots out there.
Tester, the only thing you have.
Last Tuesday, Glenn Green, journalist, also
other people. So bad.
Looks like the U.S. Congress is going to introduce the Brazilian Democracy and Freedom Act anytime in September. That's what I've heard, and that will create
type of exciting new entertainment for himself, and he's grabbed the mic. There was none of that. There was total unity. It was awesome. You have Hulk Hogan and President Trump. You did tease us. You said President Trump's going to have an epic intro, and he did have such an epic intro. You have Hulk Hogan doing this with his shirt.
Look at him.
Did you know this was going to happen?
Well, I knew Hulk would be there. I didn't know that he was going to go this level. This was next level. And this, by the way, my kids were in the audience that night. My daughter still references this, and she's like, why did that guy rip his shirt off? She thinks it's the greatest thing ever. It's her 5th birthday today. Happy birthday, Carolina. Yeah. So, but what are you getting from the DNC here? First of all, the only platform that we know and the only policies on which Kamala Harris has said she's running are either ripped off of Donald Trump, all of the no tax on tips, which he said months ago, or they're straight out of the communist playbook. I really don't know how they're going to sell the American people on voting for their party. There are so many people. I saw a video you did earlier, Benny. You walk around the city of Chicago. You had Don Lemon walking around Atlantic City, New Jersey, arguably a very blue area. These people are like, we're voting for Donald Trump. We don't want this crazy stuff you guys are trying to sell us from the Democrat side. They're done. So good luck to everybody in Chicago today. At least you guys picked a nice hotel there in Chicago. Kudos to you.
I was just waving at your manager, actually, as he's as he's peering into the studio right now.
Love it.
We bring him on the stream. Okay, so we did just play that epic Trump intro, but also some of the Hulk Hogan stuff. All these things was really neat because they could pan back to the president. And you could see him sitting there with Tucker Carlson, Byron Donald, some of our favorite members of Congress, some people in culture. Donald Trump.
My kid's on his lap.
That's right. Yes, Donald Trump was present and was like an energy, like a very positive energy. It's totally different here. The vibe's already like a little different and strange. One, there was a massive protest. As soon as we pulled up, there was cops everywhere, right? Buildings are boarded up, Laura, all up and down Michigan Avenue. There are people screaming in the streets against Kamala Harris. There were some communists right outside. I asked them about Kamala. They don't claim her either. So it's like, okay, all right. It's just totally different. It's total disunity. It's like anger and it's darkness.
Yeah, it is totally different. The feeling at the end of the RNC, I think, was unity. I think it was very positive. I think it was very light and joyful. And I think that's the America people want to vote for. That's the America people want to live in. Take a look around the DNC, folks. That's not what you want, but that's what you'll get for the next 4 years if you elect these far left radical lunatics, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, into that position. You know, Benny, what they started doing as well in Chicago about a month or so ago is very quietly, they started moving these migrant shelters, which were they're scattered all over the coast. They're moving them on the outskirts of Chicago because they also don't want people talking about that. They don't want that to become an issue. Because if you talk to the American people, they have a couple of very big issues right now. Number one is the economy. Obviously, people cannot afford their lives. They are barely making ends meet, and they probably aren't making ends meet. People are going into credit card debt right now. They can't buy a house. They can't afford life for their family. But on the other side of things, their second issue is immigration. We have a fully open southern border, and as much as Kamala Harris is trying to run away from it, she is still the border czar who allowed 11 million plus illegal immigrants into this country.
If you heard what was said the other day, the delegates have been told to just fall in line and not to say a peep. Don't speak to the media about it or anything. Kind of sickening, actually.
And so they moved all of those people out from away from this area where the DNC is going to be held. It's just a mess. It's a mess, and it is so sad because there are so many people who've been harmed by this party. But I think we are coming to a time where people are realizing you can't be bamboozled and hoodwinked by the Democrats any longer. They will put on a show. There is no doubt over the next 4 days, there will be gaslighting like you've never seen before. They're going to bring out the stars. They're going to bring out the bells and whistles and shiny objects and jazz hands. We know that because they have to get people interested in their party again. We have to, on the other side of the aisle, in the RNC Trump campaign, we have to remind people what this party has done to your country, what this party has done to your life, and what your life was like with Donald Trump in office. It was his first post on X, and I think about a year plus, Donald Trump posting, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" The answer to that question, Benny, for nearly every single American, no matter how hard they try to sell you at the DNC, is no. You are not better off. You were better off with Donald Trump in that White House. And I believe that's why the American people are not going to buy what the Democrats are trying to sell this week.
Look at this. This is from CBS News Chicago. Some are alarmed at the removal of all the homeless encampments ahead of the DNC. Isn't that amazing? They clean it up when Xi Jinping comes to town or when Democrat elites come to town. They move the homeless out, and then everyone else can get screwed, right? For the rest of the year, let the homeless encampments and criminal alien housing take over everything.
Yeah, that's what's really going on in these Democrat-run cities. Don't be fooled by Gavin Newsom moving them out whenever, a dictator comes to town. Don't be fooled by this whenever the DNC is in town. Talk to the real people in Chicago. Talk to the real people in San Francisco. They'll tell you what life is really like for them. These are Democrat-run cities, Democrat-run states. This is what happens when you put Democrats in charge. We have a huge choice to make and a huge election coming up. And I want to remind people, early voting and mail-out ballots start being dropped as soon as September the 6th in some states. It's all on deck, Benny. We cannot take anything for granted. We, as you know, have a huge election integrity operation at the RNC right now. ProtectTheVote.com is the website. If anybody wants to come be part of our team, Michael Watley, the chair, and I pledged 100,000 volunteers when we took these positions in March. We have 157,000 people across the country who've already signed up, but we need more. We want more. We can never have too many. ProtectTheVote.com. We have to make sure this is a free, fair, and transparent election because we cannot leave anything to chance, and we can, God forbid, not allow these people to ruin our country like they've ruined these cities.
Yeah, it's and we have actually the website up right now, and every single state outlined. It's such an important question because the point that many have made inside and outside of the campaign circles on this program is that Donald Trump has not lost support. And I totally agree with Laura. Trump has lost no support from 2016 to 2020 and now to 2024. That he's only gained probably tens of millions more in support given the policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. However, the margins are razor thin. And what we are seeing is alarming numbers of people on voter rolls who should not be there, including this country. And what many think is that the steal is on to actually get people to deliver ballots, early ballots, and they're not American citizens. And it's illegal, but there's no system in place to stop it. How are you going to stop that?
Yeah, well, and it's a shame that there's no system in place. This is crazy. There is a law that says that in federal elections, you have to be an American citizen. Imagine that to win those elections. And so what we're strategically doing state by state, and it's a kind of a shame you have to go state by state and do this, but we're connecting with secretaries of state and attorneys general all across the country. And we're making sure they understand how to purge these people from your voter rolls, because you do have states like Tim Walz's Minnesota, where you move there, you're illegal, you shouldn't even be here in the first place, but he'll give you a driver's license. He wants you on those voter rolls. He wants you signed up. We are connecting with these people on the ground and saying, here's how you clean the voter roll. Here's how you know who is a legal citizen and who is not. And we got to get them off the rolls before the first mail ballot is dropped, before the first person is able to cast an early vote. And that's how we're going to have to do it this election cycle. Unfortunately, we have to play the hand that we're dealt. It's not a perfect system right now. We are doing everything we can on the RNC side to ensure that only American citizens are voting in our elections. Actually, be the person you say you are, that we don't want dead people voting. We had to sue many states. Michigan is one of them. Recently, we sued to purge their voter rolls. 92,000 people they just had that they were going to send out ballots to. We got them to purge those voter rolls. And now 92,000 people who are inactive voters are not receiving them. But we're going state by state to make sure that happens. And I know people send me all the time the videos of people lined up, illegals trying to get driver's licenses, whatever it is. Believe me, we're taking it very seriously, and I appreciate every single person who sends it our way. We investigate every single time, and it's why we need more people on our team. It's why we need more eyes on the ground. Every time a vote is cast and every time a vote is counted, we need people in the room.
Isn't it amazing to actually have
I just
somebody
made sure you weren't. Yeah,
like
for some
so,
reason,
you know, it's the problem that our party often has,
we
which
did
is
get called the
like,
next order because
give
that's the best way to
give credit where credit is due. We've never had an RNC that even had a voter integrity. Is that correct? Like, we've never had an RNC that even cared.
This is the
about
first
this.
one.
Yeah,
This is the first one. Yeah.
And we've highlighted, Laura, headline after headline after headline of states purging their voting rolls. Virginia, just out of the blue, Glenn Duncan being like, "Nope, paper ballots. This is the way we're going to do it." Wait, you can just do that? This was the point. Wait a second, governors can just do that? Well, that's an incredible use of executive power in order to secure the election. That's awesome.
Yeah, we would love one day of voting. We'd love voter ID all across this country, and we love paper ballots. And Benny, we can get to that place, but we have to win this election. We got to get Donald Trump back in that White House. We have to expand our lead in the House, and we have to take back the Senate in order to see real change like that happen. But I think, look, it's integral to who we are as a country and as Americans to have a voting system that we trust. We have to trust our electoral process. Otherwise, what are we doing here? We might as well just call ourselves a communist country like Kamala Harris wants us to do and just wrap it all up. That's it. The whole thing is done. So it has always been something that is very, very important to us. We can never repeat 2020 ever again. And we encourage everybody out there to do whatever it is you can. If you can't be part of our election integrity team, then come be part of our Trump Force 47. Benny, if you look back at the primaries, Donald Trump got more primary votes than any candidate in history. And it's because of this system we set up. We want to encourage people to go engage with low propensity voters. We want you to vote early, and then we want you to engage with people who we know are Republicans, but maybe haven't voted in several election cycles. We identify them. We give them to you. We know they're Republican voters. You just need to encourage them to get out. If you have 1,000 people in every one of these swing states and they're reaching 100 extra people, think about what that means. That's the end of the election. It's too big to rig. We swamp the votes. And we win this election for Donald Trump and Republicans all the way down the ticket. That's how we're going to win. It's TrumpForce47.com is the website. If anybody wants to be on our team, again, We need everybody out there. And this is an election. Every single person out there can do something. You can't sit on the sidelines. You can't sit this one out because it's so much bigger than right now, Benny. It's about my kids. It's about your kids. It's about allowing them to grow up in the same America we got to grow up in. And nothing could be more important right now.
Yeah, or maybe like even a better America. Like,
yeah, how about that?
Isn't that what a pure and just and honorable people do? Is create a better country for their kids, not a worse
Amen.
country. Yeah. And speaking of your children, since you mentioned it, here's the photo of them sitting on Grandpa's lap.
Oh, there they are.
There they are, and happy birthday to your daughter. Yes,
My daughter, yes,
Yes.
Carolina, named after my home state of North Carolina. Of
there
course.
you go.
Yeah.
And I know that you are watching on stage at this moment. Your husband speak at the RNC, and we have a special guest actually joining us right now. Speaking of the great Eric Trump.
Look at this.
There we go.
He's upstairs from me right now, Benny. This is crazy.
Literally right under me.
Yeah. He put me down in the
Knocked on the
basement,
floor,
but that's
you
okay,
brought me
honey.
here.
Well, the manager of the hotel is like of the Trump Hotel Tower here in Chicago is also like right there. We just have a big family reunion here.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
right.
Thank you, by the way, to both of you for allowing us to broadcast here from the Trump. It's incredible, and it gave us a firsthand, beautiful view of the people.
I don't have to lean in anymore. Oh, what happened?
People screaming and yelling and complaining and protesting all up and down Michigan Avenue yesterday. Total disunity here, but we're happy you haven't boarded the place up like many businesses have had to be boarded up.
I mean, isn't it amazing? So you go back to Milwaukee, right? And it was just pure beauty. It was American flags everywhere. I mean, you were there. The love was incredible. No issues, no anything. I mean, the best of America, the best of American people, patriotic, believed in God, loved just everything that stands for the best of America, right? And there was not a single incident, no problems, no issues, no muggings, no riots, nothing. And then you look at this. I mean, the thing hasn't even kicked off, and you already see the problems that are starting. And it almost feels like it's actually just a comparison, a comparison contrast between two parties, one in total unity and one that loves this country, and one that's in total chaos, and one that sometimes feels like it hates this country. And but it's gonna be interesting to see what happens in Chicago this week. They're already projecting images on the side of our building. I'm not sure if you've seen that, honey. They
heard about that, yeah.
They have projectors 3 blocks away, and they're using literally the building as a projector for,
Can you text that number? Saying
Is
you're
that legal?
Are these the people you really want running our nation? I mean, they're
phone
just
number there.
sick.
Text that phone number.
Can I say something really quick about that image they just projected there, Benny? So they project the image Project 2025. Let me say this again for the umpteenth time to whoever it is needs to hear it out there.
You did apply with us.
Donald Trump has said, the RNC has said, and the campaign has said, Project 2025 has nothing to do with Donald Trump, his platform, or what he wants to do for the future of this country. What you're seeing there is called a flat out lie. I don't even call it gaslighting anymore. These are people, Benny, who know they cannot win on the issues. Why? Because Kamala Harris is the vice president right now. She's in office right now. She brought you the bad economy we have right now. She brought you the open borders we have right now, the 2 wars overseas right now. All of the things that are going wrong in this country are a result of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's policies in place. And they cannot run on those policies because not a single American wants their lives to continue in a downward trajectory for the next 4 years. So what do? They got to lie. And that is one of the lies that they continue to tell every time those two get on a stage, every time Kamala Harris does her teleprompter speech, time and time again, the same thing over and over again. They talk about Project 2025. These are people who cannot tell you a single policy other than the communist policy Kamala Harris rolled out last week. She doesn't even know it's price gouging. She said price gauging because obviously that was printed in the teleprompter for her. And she's just like a wind-up toy, like you said. Just pull the cord. She'll say whatever it is you need her to say. They're going to lie the next 4 days. So I want the American people to prepare themselves for the lies they're going to hear. And then on the other side of that, they're going to actually have to explain how they're going to do these crazy things. It's almost like she's running for class president of her high school. We have Fridays off. Every Friday I'm going to get off. You can't do the things that she tried to propose in that economic speech last week because they just don't work. It's communist in nature. So get ready for the lies. Project 2025 is one of them. I get so sick of hearing this. I'm sorry I said my piece. That's all. I can't stand it. That's all they do is lie.
Hey, Benny, can you go back to a picture of that building?
Please.
The beautiful Trump building. Look at that. Great job, honey.
So let me break this down because I spent a long time building that building. Here's the difference between Republicans and the Democratic Party you have, right? This is Donald Trump. It is one of the most beautiful buildings you've ever seen. It's 2.6 million gross square feet in the heart of Chicago. Best location right on the Chicago River, overlooking Lake Michigan. We as a family spent almost 10 years between zoning, entitlements, financing, building that project, getting it up, getting it stabilized. It's one best hotel in the country. It's done everything else. That's what America should be about right there, right? Unbelievable structures where people put their life and their vision and their dreams and their blood, sweat, and tears into creating something that's material and tangible and something that redefines skylines. What has Kamala Harris ever done? She's never signed.
Is there anywhere higher we can go?
She's been in government her entire adult life, right? She hasn't built a damn thing. What has she contributed to? How many people has she employed? That building has employed hundreds of thousands of people between construction, all the operations since the time that it was. I mean, it literally has propped it up an entire community. And isn't that what you want from somebody who's ultimately going to be running, the largest country, largest economy in the world by far, somebody who understands that, right? Versus, again, somebody who's literally been in government their entire adult life, as she has been, as Joe Biden has been. I mean, they have no practical knowledge. They have no real world knowledge, right? It's why all our other policies are absolutely backward. It's why all their policies are killing the economy in this country. But I just hope everybody can see the difference between somebody who spent their life in government versus a family who's really redefined skylines in this nation and has created just tens and tens and tens of thousands of jobs and has contributed so much to so many great places. It's the difference between two political parties.
Yeah, exactly. What would you project on if you wish to project Kamala onto something? What has she built? Like, let's say you wanted to do that. Like, what exactly would you set? Would you?
If you
national
project
debt
onto
the open border? Like, I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know, Benny. I'll tell you, we have property in San Francisco, and we've seen the total degradation of that city over the last 10 years. It's horrible. San Francisco went to one of the most iconic cities anywhere in the world, and one of the most beautiful, iconic cities anywhere in the world. You can't walk anywhere without getting mugged, stepping over hypodermic needles. The drug problem there is incredible. Every bank has moved out of the city. It's the most expensive city, in the country and on earth. You can't live there. God bless trying to be an unbelievable teacher or something and trying to live in San Francisco. You can't do it. Right? You don't make enough to live. But every company, every bank, everybody's left San Francisco. I mean, Elon Musk is the last person, but I don't want to start naming, banks because, some of these guys are our friends, but every single one, they've fled from that city because it's not worth it. A, people can't afford to live there. B, people don't want to deal with the crime. C, people don't want to deal with the drugs. D, people don't want to deal with the rest of the nonsense that's there. And so you look at two people, you look at Kamala Harris, who's been in California, who has absolutely crushed the state. You've had more people flee from California than any state. It's the largest migration out of a state in the history of this country by far. And then look at Minnesota, where you literally have Tim Walz, who's literally, his claim to fame is putting tampons in boys' bathrooms. I mean,
starting in 4th grade. Who wouldn't want that?
We've got a real hole in the roof of our country. And I say this a lot, where you've got a country that's unaffordable now. People can't afford to live. Everything's more expensive. Gas is 3 times the price. I mean, imagine being a 25-year-old kid who falls in love. Laura and I, a long time ago, honey, not to age us, but you fall in love. You want to go buy your first home. That first home is twice as expensive.
Sorry, I was on the phone with someone.
Because of inflation caused by Kamala and Joe. Right?
No,
and
I was
aside
on the
from
phone
being twice as expensive, now all of a sudden you have 7-8% mortgage rate. So you certainly can't buy.
No,
I got
a little bit of an attitude. I'm sorry.
And it's so sad, but our country has gone so backward, and we need to fix it. And it's hard to believe. I mean, it's hard to believe that they have any traction because everybody knows what our country was looking like 4 years ago, and everybody knows exactly what it looks like today. And there's not a single person watching us right now, not a single person who thinks that this country is affordable, not a single person who's seen upward, wage mobility. It doesn't exist in this country right now. In fact, it's the exact opposite. All while we hand hundreds of billions of dollars to countries who hate our guts around the world. It's infuriating.
So this is something that we actually went out in the streets, and we're producing this right now. But we stood right in the middle of Grant Park, and we just asked people, right where Barack Obama had his acceptance speech. We just asked people like Trump or Kamala Harris, and 9 out of 10 said Trump, and it's remarkable. Right downtown Chicago. It's incredible. We have a photo right here from one of your residents here who will remain unnamed, who walked up to me this morning and gave me this photo of the protests last night and him protesting the protests from inside of the building. There you go. This is from, he has the fight image up, and those are the protesters, and this is from inside a Trump Tower. I think people are just done with this garbage. We found out at the DNC actually that they built a wall. It's amazing. We went to the DNC, and there's a wall, not just a wall, it had barbed wire. And
they did that around the Capitol too, Benny. They can do it when it works out for them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, remember, guys, one thing, the wall was built, right? I mean, all of it, my father built 600 miles of it, but
they took some of it down.
The wall was built, and they literally had all the steel. All they had to do is stand the steel up and put it in. And you know what they did? They sold it for scrap metal. You know, I was just over in the UK, and I want to put it in comparison. In the last 3.5 years, two Scotlands have moved into the United States. Roughly 13 million people have come across the southern border.
Hello.
2 Scotlands have immigrated to the U.S., and now all of a sudden you have Kamala going out saying, yes, we need to give free health care to all. So, you know, you show up in New York City where every single hotel in New York City is full of illegal immigrants while we have veterans sleeping under bridges in this country. You know, veterans aren't being taken care of from a healthcare standpoint, but yet all illegal immigrants are going to now get free healthcare. I mean, at what point do we start cheerleading for our own country? At what point do we start putting America first? And they're incapable of it.
The SharePoint.
They're incapable of it.
That way.
So really quickly, Eric, I just have to get your thoughts on this very popular item here at the DNC. We were shocked to find one unifying element here at the DNC, which is all DNC men are really excited about the moving vasectomy bus. From Planned Parenthood. Apparently, you get onto this dodgy bus with blacked out windows, and it drives down the bumpy roads here, and guys get vasectomies like crazy. Going like hotcakes. Just your thoughts on that.
Oh, geez, it's actually probably the one policy that I don't mind, right? You want to give vasectomies to people who otherwise listen, guys. We got to get serious about this nation. I mean, it's heartbreaking. We've spent the last 18 months debating whether or not a 6'5" female should be able to swim in women's sports. I'm sorry, a 6'5" male should be able to swim in women's sports. We've got real fundamental problems in our nation. I mean, we had 300,000 kids that died of fentanyl poisoning this year. Right? 300,000 kids die of fentanyl.
Go right to that.
Literally, I said to Laura the other day, we should start keeping Narcan in the house. Just like, God forbid our kid picks up a $1 bill or something along those
They're
lines.
5 and 6 years old, but that's not a joke. And a lot of parents think about that.
Okay.
It's terrifying. Go
We
ahead,
have
honey.
100,000 kids that have died
I'll see if I can
and they don't do a damn thing about it. They laugh about it. They're nowhere to be found. Right? We've had 13 million people come into this country while we've got real problems. We have schools. Our school system's rated 30th in the world. Think about it. We should be first. For the United States of America, we should be first in the world. Like,
it's not,
our economy sucks. Everything's way too expensive. Prices have skyrocketed.
There's a lot of times
upward mobility of people has been shot. Our manufacturers leaving this country again. John Deere just announced that they're closing down 2 massive. John Deere, a great American company, is closing down 2 massive plants. We do a lot of business with them on the Gulf side, and they're bringing them to Mexico. So all of a sudden, you've got a dollar that's so strong, which isn't a good thing, by the way, that people don't want to come over here in terms of tourism. You've got a dollar that's so strong that no one wants to buy our products. It's killing our manufacturing. I could go on and on and on. The only thing we seem to want to do is create weapons to send to foreign countries so they can shoot them at one another and just have millions of people die. And this is literally what the Democrats are doing. They're giving free vasectomies to people on buses in Chicago. I mean, can we please get serious about the world and our standing in the world? I mean, China, incredibly smart. They're coming after us. They want to be the language. They want to be the currency. They want to be the superpower of the world.
Just for when the order.
And we're debating which bathroom people should be using, which locker room people should be using. I mean, these are the conversations we're having.
Got a name, throw it in their boom, and then
why don't we start focusing on priorities? We start at number 1, the economy, prices. You know, people being able to live the American dream, the nuclear family, the education of our youth.
Once you get used to it,
you know, the fact that we want to stay the superpower in perpetuity, and we can't because we're better at all these things, but you got to stop choking people. You got to stop restraining kind of, that American, passion and will to innovate and work. We can do it so much better, but I mean, all we want to do is regulate. All we want to do is tax. All we want to do is make people's lives hell. you know, and government, it's got to get serious. And they're not serious people. I mean, they're just not serious people. And it's, I truly pray to God that we're able to save our country in November. I mean, I don't think our country can stand much more of this. I really believe that. I don't think anybody would have ever guessed that you could have had as much degradation in society as we've had in the last 4-year period of time. I would have never told you that government was that powerful, that you could have seen a country kind of dissolve the way the United States has over a 4-year period of time based on, you know, an administration's incompetence. And but I think what's most frustrating, I'm sorry, I'm ranting for a second. What's most frustrating to me is then you see Kamala come out and say, you know, on day one, my priority is going to be pricing. It's like, I know the White House as well as any person in the world. So does Laura. So does the entire family. Your office is 14 feet away from Joe Biden's office, who everybody realized hasn't been running the country in all fairness over the last 4-year period of time. And you haven't done a damn thing. You haven't done a damn thing about that. You know, we're going to get tough about immigration. We'd like to be tough about immigration. It's like you picked a running mate who said that if Donald Trump builds a 25-foot tall wall, you're going to build a ladder factory in Mexico to build 30-foot ladders. Right now, all of a sudden, yes, I'd like to get. They're so full of crap, and I just it pains me to say that because this is literally this is our family. This is those 2 beautiful kids you just showed on your show. I mean, this is the future. This isn't going to affect Laura and I, but this is going to be damning for the future of this nation. And
792.
I truly hope people can see through what's happening out there.
So since you name dropped, here we are. This beautiful photo of you guys on I think a Trump boat parade yesterday.
That was yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hundreds of
Was
boats
this
in
yesterday?
Florida. Look at that.
Look at that. Okay, so maybe you're both very positive people.
Is that your
and
number
the RNC convention that you both put on was very positive in its vision for the country. Whereas here it's like doomer and chaos, and it's yelling and angry and protests, and people that are actually really miserable. It's frankly self-loathing is really quite the cornerstone of the ideology here.
Well, Penny on TV right now, right over my shoulder. I just have to interrupt.
Please.
They're literally sending the National Guard into Chicago as we speak. I mean,
wow, really?
All right.
You know, did
your email?
250 National Guardsmen now in Chicago? Like, you know, did they have to send the National Guard into
You don't know what
Milwaukee?
The National Guard probably wanted to come to Milwaukee to like shake Trump's hand. Yeah.
This epitomizes who the Democratic Party is. I mean, it's.
Well, so does that mobile vasectomy bus that they have. This is, by the way, that Benny, that's what they're running on. It's abortion. Like that's the number one issue for these Democrats. They're going to try and weaponize murdering babies as that's the basic policy platform of the Democrat Party. And it's such a contrast to the positivity
I'm gonna set
to
through the
Donald Trump and JD Vance, who say, you know what, we want more babies in this world. We want more families in this country, not less. And don't let anybody tell you that Donald Trump doesn't believe in IVF. He himself has said that he has seen so many beautiful babies and miracles happen for people because of IVF, and he has no intention of ever touching that. It's a ridiculous talking point on the Democrats, but that's the difference between the parties. And that's why these people are self-loathing, and that's why they're miserable and cranky and just depressed and sad and ranting and raving and rioting. And it's the complete 180-degree change from what you saw at our convention, at the Republican National Convention a month ago. Couldn't be more different. Couldn't be more starker contrast between those two parties and the vision for the future of the country that they each have. And I know which one I am voting for. I know which one a lot of America wants to see happen again. They want their lives back. They want their families back. They want their upward trajectory again. They don't want to buy what the Democrats are selling with this ridiculous mobile abortions and vasectomies. Are you kidding me? It's absurd. It's totally ridiculous.
It is. Eric, just our production team is here with the breaking news to sort of back up what you just said. Yes, the Illinois National Guard has been deployed to Chicago. Here's video of them actually deploying to Chicago. I'm not sure if anybody's here in the building, but yeah, the National Guard is now deployed. So I want to give you guys an opportunity to close on a positive message. You were at a Trump boat parade yesterday. It looks like you had a beautiful time, and the enthusiasm, I've never seen anything like it. We all live in the beautiful state of Florida, but what was it like yesterday? Maybe you could close on this and like give us an upbeat, optimistic sort of view for what's going to happen in November.
Well, listen. I'll give you maybe a little analogy. A bad day yesterday would have been trying to go, upstream of that boat parade because it was thousands of boats and it was beautiful. And they all. I mean, you can see the picture, right? And it's as far as the eye could see. And literally, we parked at the very end. It ended at this island called Peanut Island. We parked there, and for an hour and a half, the boats were still coming down. And I mean, these were 5 wide. It was. And they had kids, little beautiful kids like that on the boat, and it was really celebrating the best of what America is and what America can be. I mean,
Did they recognize you? Did they see you and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Eric"?
They did.
It's
Some of
Laura."
them did recognize us. Yeah, it was really fun. Whenever they were like, "Wait a minute, that's
so
Eric Trump. That's Laura Trump." It was crazy.
Oh, it's hard because every single boat every single person was wearing those red hats, and there were more MAGA hats there. But listen, I guess on a closing. What do we want? Our family, Benny's the last family that needs to be doing
One moment,
stuff,
please.
right? I mean, we could be a private industry doing great.
Thank you.
Right? We have a great family. Politics gets us absolutely nothing. It gets us actually much less than nothing. They put us through hell for the last 10 years. All we want is to see this country successful, and prosperous. And all I want personally is a good future for those 2 incredible kids there, and for other incredible kids in this country. We don't have a cheerleader anymore. We don't have people who understand a damn thing about how to run. We can't run anything. I mean, these people just can't run anything. They're incapable of running anything. They're incapable of cheerleading for a nation. They're incapable of fixing problems. All they do is create problems, and our country is going in a really bad direction. And so, the easiest thing we could have done was say, we're going to get the hell out of politics. We're fine. It's been great. We've done something really incredible. We created a great movement. My father did a great job when he was in office. And you know what? Let's go back to, living a nice, peaceful, good life. And yet every single day, despite the fact that he's taking bullets through his ears, despite the fact that, they'll slam. I have to say, if you put 1,000 billionaires out there, no one else would tolerate 1/1000th of what Donald Trump has tolerated. And he's the greatest fighter of our generation. He's the greatest fighter I've ever seen. He's tolerated more nonsense than ever before. But I truly believe that we're going to get vindicated. And I truly believe that we're going to fix this country, and we're going to bring America's prosperity back. And we're going to fix all the problems that everybody's living with right now. And that we're going to keep America, and those beautiful flags in that clip that you're showing. We're going to keep this the #1 superpower on the face of this earth. And we love America. We love our Constitution. We love religion. We love everything that our country stands for. And as a family, we'll never stop fighting for it. And so I hope everybody else, I know you have a lot of fighters.
You want to continue just using
watch the show, but just make your voices heard and get out there and vote. And make sure you watch and make sure that there's no funny business at the polls. And
if you want,
let's
we can
take back our nation, and let's keep this country incredible, and be able to hand something that we're very proud of down to our kids. And so we are going to win, Benny. We're going to win on November 5th, and we're going to turn this country back around. We're going to make it very proud, and we're going to make America great again.
What a profound message, because it's like that's the best motivation ever, which is to hand the generation a better country, the next generation.
Why else are we here?
It's like, otherwise it's like live a nihilist, meaningless existence. Like you want to make a better country, right? Like it's so true. Laura, the last word for you, please.
I mean, I can't say much better than Eric said it, but look, I think that there's so many of us who believe that
look to help the great generation understand the famed U.S. Constitution. In this new 100-page graphic novel from U.S. Comics, you can find a comic book format, the U.S. Constitution Explained, amendment by amendment. The stunning graphic novel delves into the issues going into each amendment, as well as the controversial issues of today. Top comic artists from U.S. Comics have created a graphic novel that is a must-have for every classroom, as well as every American family. Learn about the factors leading up to the establishment of the Bill of Rights, the Virginia Plan, state rights, and how each amendment protects our freedoms and liberties. Find this and more exciting products at uscomics.com. Cool.
Donald Trump is still here today, and his life was spared on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Because God has bigger plans for him. God is not done with him. I don't think anyone saw that and could say miracles don't happen and that God doesn't exist and perform those miracles whenever needed. That was a miracle, and it was by the grace of God that Donald Trump is still here. And look, there are going to be peaks and valleys over the course of the next 78 days, right? This is never going to be just a straight line across. We are going to do everything we need to do to make sure that Donald Trump wins on election day. And I say all the time, I say, we got to shut this one down early, Benny, because we're not sleeping a lot. We're working around the clock. I got to go to bed early on November 5th. I'd like to shut this down and know that Donald Trump will be the 47th president. I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So that's how we need to do it. We need everybody out. We need everybody focused. We need everybody voting, participating.
Yep.
Protectthevote.com,
That gets you there.
TrumpForce47.com. Those are the two websites. Please go check them out. Please come be on the team with us. We need every single person who loves this country to do it. And let's shut this one down early. I can't do another 3 a.m. It's going to be enough by November 5th. Let's do it early.
My team is sending me an Eric Trump tweet saying the largest boat parade in history planned Sunday, October 13th in Jupiter, Florida. If you're around Jupiter, Florida, just free promotion here, Eric. This is going to be the
Benny,
one.
we have people coming from the Carolinas. We have people coming from the west side of Florida. I mean, shout out to your audience right now. If you want to be involved in something, I promise you, yesterday was fun. Yesterday was a warm-up. We only had a couple thousand boats. When I say only a couple, we only had about 2 hours on the Intercoastal full of boats, but October 14th is going to be special. So if you know anybody with a boat,
You rang the bell like
you're
you needed
from
something now.
Maine, make the trip. Get the boat down here. And I'm telling you, you're going to be part of something that is incredibly beautiful. I think it's going to be the largest boat parade we've ever had, and they are so much fun with the greatest people you'll ever meet. And
dude,
come join us. Laura and I will be there. The kids will be there. All of us will be there. We're going to have an awesome time. So come join the parade.
My producers are over here fist pumping, and our video team is fist pumping as well because they want to fly a drone and cover. all
Oh,
of
that's
this.
so cool.
We'll bring our drone.
Nice.
And we'll bring our drone and document this historic event. Largest boat parade ever. Sunday, October 13th in Jupiter, Florida at the Lighthouse. All right. We just want to say thank you. We deeply, deeply appreciate your family building this gorgeous, beautiful building. That is a fortress. That is our Benny bunker here at the DNC, keeping us safe. And obviously being sort of an icon to look up to. And we continue the March, November. Godspeed, Laura.
Tell the team I said hi, Benny. All right.
Thank you, Benny.
We will.
If you have any late night requests, let me know. I'm in the I'm in the service industry. All right. So
that's right. Security. That's right. Security. Thank you. God bless you both. How much fun. What a special thing. I got to tell you, one of the, this often gets asked of me whenever we, are at an event or do a speech. I'm not the guy who can pick up my phone and call President Trump, right? There are people who could do that, and that's not me, right? And not like I wouldn't want that, but the people who we have relationships with on this program are actually Don Jr., Eric Trump, Laura, Jared, and Ivanka. It's like the kids are such a testament to who Trump actually is. And they're a little more our age, right? They're a little more like kind of our age bracket, right? So we really vibe with them. And they've been able to help us do these neat documentaries that we've done. I know we put it up just a little bit. But why not pop it back up? We did a documentary on the Trump Tower here. I didn't want it really to play over Eric, but they were able to help us tell these incredible stories of the buildings and let's put it back up, and what the president's built. It's so cool. What we've been able to work on with them, and it's delighted audiences, and that's not me hoping that you can see it in the numbers. Tens of millions of people watch these neat little productions. And you can see the top of Trump Tower here. It's just wild. This is the building that we're in right now. You can see the top of Trump Tower here. They've been able to facilitate that for us, the kids, and they're just like legitimately wonderful people. They're authentic and they're chill, and it's the opposite, the exact opposite of sort of the, I don't know what's the right way to say it.
So we have some Democratic freak show business to attend to this morning. The DNC is out there in full swing, and you saw that we have our bizarre ladies, or whatever, however they identify, walking around, I think, as pills, like Miso and Miffy. So I don't know what's going on over there, okay? This is what's happening in Chicago. I don't know what they're identifying as, what they're trying to be. It's like Halloween in Chicago. They're all dressed up in various outfits, and we don't know what's going on. So we'll come back. We'll see what they're up to. But the schedule today is going to be Joe Biden in the House. And so his schedule, as you can see, is going to be busy today. First day of the DNC, it's going to be Joe. And he's going to be coming out speaking later tonight. You can see he's waking up this morning, getting the daily brief, meeting with some civil rights leaders, I guess. I thought they already did this race riot last week. Oh, that was Friday. What the heck? That was last week. There they go. They just updated it. Okay. So here we go. The president, they're departing the White House. This is today's schedule. So the president and the first lady arrive in California.
Click on the little blue thing. It's going to take you to what
at 5:15 in the morning. They're coming in from Santa Barbara early morning. Then they're going to Chicago, and then they leave Chicago at 4:30.
I just invented one for you.
Then he goes, and wow, it's going to be a late night for him. 10:50 tonight, he's going to be doing the keynote address. And things are getting a little bit prickly between him and the rest of the DNC. I've got some articles queued up here, but that's the schedule for him. So he'll be speaking. He's the big headliner tonight. The rest of the schedule is going to be terrible. You can see the DNC kicks off on Monday, less than a month after Joe Biden got cooed out of here. He's going to address the convention on Monday evening. The bulk of the Democratic delegates have already selected Kamala.
There you go, okay?
Now the eyes of the world turn to Chicago, and they're bracing for impact. There's all sorts of boards going up, fences going up. It's madness out there. With the newly formed Democratic ticket, Harris and Walz are expected to continue their introduction. What's on the agenda today? All right, so Anita Dunn is going to be there. Okay, so Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, I've got a clip of him, is going to come out and speak. Jill Biden will speak, and Joe Biden, Mr. Biden they call him, the president, will deliver the keynote address on the first night. Leaders of the several largest labor unions will also have primetime speaking slots on Monday. Can watch it on CBS. And so, all right, it's going to be Joe. Yeah, the Miso and the Miffy, yeah. So for Mifepristone and Miso, whatever the other one is, they're supposed to be pills. They look like,
and then just skip down to
like sacks of potatoes or something. I don't really know what they're doing. Kind of like a sack of potatoes. Are those inflated at all, or is that just their body? Are those actually like suits, or are those just dresses? It's probably just dresses, aren't they? They just wrote Miffy and Miso on there. Like, in other words, like if they came out of the bathroom in a robe, would it look that different? I don't know. Probably not. Here's this. Let's see. Any audio?
They don't end. Hi.
What?
Hey, what's up?
They're pills, right? Yeah, take mifepristone or misoprostol. Dissolve 4 more, whatever. Unscientific American. They're abortion AF. They're abortion AF. It's like, man.
I'll be able to pull you up, make sure I'm not sending your money to someone else, you know?
Okay, so
anyone could just say
very excited about their abortions because I don't know why, but all right, that's them. Now, this guy, Bad Hombre, clipped this one. Apparently, Code Pink founder is also there. Remember Code Pink? So apparently they're out and about, and they're making their way over there.
From Washington, D.C. to Chicago to protest the Democratic National Convention. Some of us will be in the streets. Hopefully there'll be protests on the inside as well. No matter what you think of Kamala Harris or how afraid you are of a Trump victory, what we have to do is just keep building a movement that puts pressure on this Biden administration to stop supporting the Israeli genocide. Instead, what we want is support for a free Palestine.
Okay, so as we said last week, we completely support all peaceful protesters at the DNC convention. It's their time to make their voices heard. Now, Dr. Jebra Fauci, who's a fun account. You get it. Posted this one. It almost looks like they're building a wall to keep people safe. Wow, what do they need walls for over there? Maybe they should put one at the southern border.
You'll notice those fences and snowplows in place. We've actually watched all morning as they have started to bring in more metal fencing, more barricades, and these snowplows have been kind of navigating around those barricades and getting into place around the UC. Take a look at some of this video we got earlier this morning. You can see a lot of cars have been turning around already as they're met with these new closures that have been.
Sorry, no admittance for illegal cars. If you're an illegal alien at the border, no problem, just come on in. But if you're an illegal citizen with an illegal car, get out.
And set in place overnight and early this morning.
I love democracy. Like, I wish I was going to the convention, but for the neighborhood, there's been like no communication and very little engagement of the people who are closest to it. The parking restrictions have changed 3 times in the last week on our block.
Total bureaucratic
and no one's
nightmare.
like communicated to us that the protest route actually goes right in front of our building.
Yeah, thank you. So that guy is getting insurrected by the DNC in his own neighborhood. Shout out to that guy. Unbelievable. They could have given him a phone call, you know?
And that resident telling us that most of the information he's gotten actually is coming from us or other local news outlets. He says his hopes are that over the next few days, there's more direct communication from area law enforcement or even from the Secret Service. And really his concerns, Mugo Adrina, have been echoed by a lot of drivers and neighbors we've talked to in this area this morning. A lot of frustrated drivers, to say the least. We know security will just continue to get tighter as we approach.
Why? How come? Is something going to happen? Are they concerned about something? I mean, Democratic Party is a party of joy and optimism and love. Oh, it's going to be great. All right. So here's Jake Tapper talking with Pritzker about this. Pritzker is over, of course, running the place. And so DNC starting Monday tonight, 7 p.m. You can see this was yesterday when they're talking about DNC kicking off.
There was the 96 convention in Chicago. Obviously, another one that looms large is the 68 convention here in Chicago. Was overshadowed by violent clashes between police and protesters, then protesting the Vietnam War. This time, thousands of anti-Israel protesters are expected to descend on the city. How worried are you about them disrupting the actual convention?
It's interesting how they say they're anti-Israel rather than pro-Palestine. Isn't that fun?
And including the uncommitted delegates inside the convention hall.
Well, I know reporters like to harken back to 68 because, you know, there's a lot of good footage you get to point to.
We also harken back to 96.
You did. You got the Macarena in there. But the fact is, it's a whole different ball game. Here we are, 56 years later. We've got a very, very different situation in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, honestly, has coalesced around this candidate. That was not the case in 1968. We've got policing is all different now, and we've got technology at work, and really the protesters are protesting something that is very far away from here, very important, but it's not about people getting drafted from here going abroad. So it's a whole different situation, and honestly,
it is a different situation. And it's a different demographic, definitely.
I expect that we're going to have peaceful protests. We're going to protect the protesters.
We hope so.
But also protect all the people visiting, 50,000 people coming to Chicago, and the residents.
And hopefully you're protecting their right to free speech as well. We want peaceful protests. We never condone violence here. But we do want them to have their free speech and them to be able to make their voices heard, because the Democratic nomination process was not democratic at all. It was rigged. It was a coup. They threw out Joe, the people who actually got votes, and Kamala slotted on in there. She just suddenly became the heir apparent.
You said
To Chicago. So the plan's been in place for a year and a quarter now already. We're going to execute on that plan the next 4 days.
Certainly, most of the protesters, I'm sure, intend to be peaceful, but there are some groups that are making it clear they do not want to be peaceful. There's one called Behind Enemy Lines, for example.
Oh, no.
A leftist anti-imperialist protest group calling on its supporters to shut down the DNC, urging them to make bruises from Chicago police batons, the 2024 back-to-school fall fashion. You guys prepared for that?
If there are troublemakers, they're going to get arrested and they're going to get convicted. But the fact is that the vast majority of people who are protesting, and we've seen this before, are peaceful protesters. They want to have their voices heard. They're going to be heard, no doubt.
We sure hope so. We sure hope so. Maybe the FBI will round them all up if they break the laws, and then raid their houses and throw them in solitary confinement indefinitely. So things are going to get weird, to use their phrase and their personality. They are telling us that things are going to get a little bit complicated, okay, because Joe Biden got cooed out. They say this is not the Democratic convention that Joe Biden wanted. He thought it was going to be him, but then he got thrown out. And now when Kamala visits and delivers her acceptance speech later, Biden will have already been out of sight and out of mind. He's going to be on vacation. I'm out of here. Good luck. Someone said he's going to get an incredible reception because they feel bad because they knifed him in the back like Caesar. The revamped convention now set to dominate. This week's programming is going to be infused with a bunch of people. Biden's own speech, which was still undergoing revisions. And we're hopeful he comes out and just says, all right, listen, got a lot of things to say about you people, starting with Nancy Pelosi. That'd be great. It would be good. It'd be a good, nice redemption. He could redeem himself for, well, not really. He's got 40 years in the red on this, but it'd be nice to see him leave on a good note. Now, to that end, Biden is expected to deliver a stark warning about the dangers of Trump. Oh, gosh, so it's not going to be any different than ever. Biden's first wife, First Lady Jill, is also expected to address the convention on Monday, and then she's going to bail too. Joe Biden has been the same person for 50 years. It's just the level of caffeination that has changed. Yeah, right. Or brain competency. So they're telling us about his speech. Harris is going to head into the convention at some point. Someone said it's going to be bittersweet, but others say, I think he's well satisfied. Biden has stressed since ending his campaign to AIDS, he wants final months to be active, privately outlining a 4-point agenda, whatever. Lame duck. It's totally dead. Is there any regret for pushing Biden aside? Democrats said, nope. Because they don't really care about honor or integrity. They're just all about power, obviously. So Democrats still might have to invoke the 25th Amendment, is an opinion piece from The Hill. And it came out from these guys, Douglas McKinnon. He wrote this. He's telling us that maybe the 25th Amendment is a good solution. And this has been something that a lot of people have been kicking around. Do we want Joe to leave right now and put Kamala in there? They might want that because then it would be, Kamala is the sitting president and she's the first female president. But then I don't think they have that fake little narrative that they're trying to create, which is on day one, Kamala is going to come in and everything's going to get better on day one. Well, if her day one was when she took office with Joe, obviously, back in January 2021. But if she's now officially the president, then they'll lose that narrative. And then she'll be able to do a bunch of stuff. But then maybe she won't leave, right? Or something like that. I don't know. Politics aside, it's understandable that some now view Biden as a broken man. There have been multiple stories alluding to his resentment and even anger at Pelosi, Schumer, and Obama. Biden views Pelosi as ruthless for ushering him out the door. One day we may actually learn what was really said to Biden in private to force him out. In the meantime, we have Kamala. First time in history, a candidate was installed in that position without winning the primaries. In the modern primary era, never happened before. Prior to that installation, a number of Democrats were on record saying they would have preferred an open convention. That didn't happen. 14 million votes for Biden thrown into the garbage. Naturally, the Harris campaign has those supporting her saying that it was Biden-Harris in the primary. But only those deep in the tank for the vice president buy that. Most liberal mainstream media seem just fine installing her. But he says, I wonder what their reaction would be if Republican power brokers got behind everybody and then threw Trump out and elevated J.D. Vance. Well, they'd probably love that because I think we'd lose the election. Now, of course, this is not going to happen. The main reason being, at least in my opinion, Trump is going to slowly but continually pull ahead of Harris. I totally agree with this. There's been a lot of hemming and hawing about it. It's like people's first election. Oh my gosh, Trump's going to lose. Like, okay, relax, calm down. Okay, it's just they're having a little, climax right now. Just relax, it'll calm back down. People will get to know her. First, because as more Americans start to pay attention to the campaign, they're going to realize Trump was better. Secondly, someone said of a person he did not like that a little bit of her goes a long way. A little bit of Kamala goes a long way. You just need like 2 minutes and you're done, which is why we do our best to limit it to 30 seconds here. Okay. Like more than 30 seconds of Kamala. We've had this rule for a long time. Mostly just to preserve our IQ points because we're in this for the long game and we don't want to be cackled to death and then have to resign like that Secret Service agent did who was covering Kamala. Meaning in this case, the more people who see Harris, including her ducking the press, refusing unscripted press conferences, the less they're going to be drawn to her campaign. This is already the most surreal election of our lifetimes. I wrote several times in this space over the last 2 years. I never believed Biden would be the nominee, and I was proven right. I honestly believe Trump will pull away from Harris come September and October. Totally agree. So what then? How would the Democrats and Harris campaign react to that? If anything is off the table, is anything off the table? No. Maybe they'll try to shoot him again. Might the Democrats invoke the 25th Amendment to remove Joe? Why? For the welfare of the country? I don't think that's a good idea for them. Another growing possibility is that Biden simply walks away. That's not going to happen either. Because he needs the time to pardon Hunter. What happens if next week at the Democratic convention, Biden simply walks up to the podium and says, I've had it. I'm done. I'm resigning from my office and I'm going back to Delaware. God, that'd be amazing. He won't obviously do that because he needs the pardon power to pardon Hunter in the event that this thing goes squirrely. Like if Trump wins, Joe's going to pardon everybody. And I think he'll have a good excuse to do that. He'll say, well, I weaponized the government against my political opponents and I broke precedent. So now I think that that's probably going to happen to me because it should. And so he'll pardon himself, pardon Hunter, pardon everybody, and ride off into the sunset, having wrecked America. Joe and Democrats, they're responsible for this. Hey, here is the Chicago mayor. He's getting asked about the protest there. Here's what he said.
But have you seen any evidence there will be fewer protesters given that Joe Biden is no longer the nominee?
Well, you certainly know that there's tremendous excitement. Look, Vice President Kamala Harris and her work to ensure that working people in this country are prioritized. She selected an amazing human being, Governor Walz, a former social studies teacher like myself. So just a shout out to all of our public school teachers around America. So absolutely, there's a great deal of excitement. Now, as far as who will provide some dissent to ensure that the voices of individuals who want the government to be better, look, that's going to happen. And in fact, we support the First Amendment. And we have to make sure that we protect the rights of individuals.
No, you don't.
To be able to bring their grievances to the leadership and for our party to respond. And we've done that when it comes to economic development.
Right. Hey, man, they better stick to their words on this. I hope that they're right about their free speech enablement. We'll see.
Much like what we're doing in Chicago, $20 billion of new economic development, particularly for affordable housing. This is also what Vice President Kamala Harris has pushed forth. A $300 billion infusion into our public education system, $100 billion infusion to make sure that people can find pathways to home ownership. That's who we are as a party, and that's why there's so much excitement around Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so they're going to do the same thing where, $25,000 goes to first-generation home buyers, which would include illegals. As the story says, we still don't have a real concrete policy position from them, but certainly looks like that is the plan. So we're going to see what else is happening over there. We saw that Michelle Obama is going to be coming out tomorrow night. And
We
so
fill
here
out-
is some conversation about that.
You also see, I think, over the course of days, a sort of turning of the page, right? That there is a mantle of leadership that is going to be handed over to Vice President Harris. And I
What?
wonder how you manage to maintain both, right? Say this administration accomplished a being felt by the American people. And at the same time, there is the possibility of Harris igniting something that is bigger than herself.
Look,
Man, that was
Kamala Harris.
so many platitudes, I can't even take it. All right, so here's what they're actually doing. So this is communist Timothy Walz, according to Trump War Room. They call him a communist slob, which is fair. Timothy Walz is very strange, and we were making fun of him last week for this. We'll just play without even the audio here. Here, you can just kind of watch him. It's very dramatic. It's like Michael Scott from The Office, like literally. Like there's scenes like this. There's a scene. He's like, yeah, you, no, you. It's just like strange behavior from this dude. Like way more excited than anybody. All right, so that's him. And there's some other weird stuff going on out there. So they did this little routine yesterday, which was really funny. So Kamala's, like, I'm just one of you little peasants. And some of the richest people in the world who went to the best schools, who came from tons of money, who, impregnated their nanny or whatever, who probably never been to a gas station or convenience store in their lives, walk in here and they look for a bag of Doritos, and watch how awkward this is. Now, apparently they did this like Doritos is why we're here, because I love Doritos. So watch her husband. We're gonna watch this. Where are the Doritos? Her husband.
Dougie, there they are.
Oh, Dougie, husband. Okay, so Dougie, the husband, gets a small bag of Doritos. Okay, he gets like the little. Again, he's probably never been to one of these stores, or actually they never actually really bought Doritos.
It's crazy.
Or whatever. So they get this little bag.
I know you want.
Okay, it's a little tiny bag of Doritos.
This one.
Got him. Yay, got the Doritos. And then they have to shoot it again because Tim Walz is going to one-up her, going to one-up the husband. And he's like, what is that little garbage crap bag of Doritos? Watch this. Boof.
Isn't this it? That's the big.
There you go. Oh, that's the big one. And so husband is here now, totally emasculated because Tim Walz gave Kamala the big one. Look how awkward it is. He's so awkward. He doesn't know what to do. He's holding that little tiny bag. He's like, hey, baby, I got you this little bag for you. And Tim is Walz like, she doesn't want that little bag. Here's a big one.
Isn't this it?
Kamala, Kamala's very particular. She's got a long history of very particular. All right, so very particular. So you can see it's just a Dorito scam. And honestly, Tim Walz is so friggin' weird, dude. It's like that kid who's like always kind of annoying, who's like always trying to like one up everybody and get everything for you. It's like, dude, just relax. You can be here. You can just be here, okay? You don't have to like overly do everything. Just relax. It's okay. Sit here. I know you're excited to be here. Just calm down. It's like that puppy. Just relax. It's okay.
Yep. We'll see
I know
tomorrow.
we're going for a walk. Relax. All right. So Doug just got shown up, man. He better be careful. Right? Look at him. Oh, look at him. He's so awkward. Poor guy. You almost feel bad for him, but maybe, if he wasn't him, things would be better for him. All right. So that's the Dorito scandal that went down. And if Doritos aren't a big deal, some people don't really, get excited about Doritos, although they're good. They're a pretty good chip, I'd say. You also have abortions and vasectomies, which are now going to be on full free handout display at the DNC. Here's what they say. So Planned Parenthood of Great River says all free vasectomy and medication abortions are filled for our mobile health clinic in Chicago. We will share interest form link again if we have cancellations. So many people are going to get snipped and abort their babies at the DNC. What a
It's
great
our
party
people.
that is. So much joy.
Gotta
Just
love
being
them for
there,
that party.
just eliminating your reproductive capabilities and terminating pregnancies. What a wild party. And they just have buses now.
Good or vacuumed.
Which this bus is more, this is a bigger and more intense bus than even the Secret Service has, as far as we know. Remember, the Secret Service was like, well, we don't even have command centers. They just put some guys in some regular old cars with some radios. And this is like a full-on abortion mobile command center. Crazy. And a lot of Planned Parenthood, of course, that money, I believe a lot of it still comes from us, from the taxpayers, for whatever. All right, so they're aborting themselves into oblivion and terminating their pregnancies and their ability to procreate, which, you know, is probably why they recruit so hard, because there's not gonna be another generation of them.
Email. Are you gonna
So we
play
just got to
that
hang tight,
for
basically,
publisher?
and then you know
Or
they'll
do I need to?
deal with themselves because they're not
Now.
procreating, I guess, is the problem. So Kamala was out over the weekend, and she had a little off-camera moments or off-script moments. Let's see what she says here.
You unveiled your some economic policies last week. Yeah. Can you
Okay, so let's see.
explain how
She's off script. Let's see how she does. We're going to be fair to her. Let's
you're
see.
going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
What other
Sure.
policies?
Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are
What other policies do you want to unveil is the question.
talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax, what that does to fund schools and investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular the economy of those communities, and investing in a broad-based economy, everybody benefits and it pays for itself.
All right, so not a lot of substance there, but she's got her talking point kind of dialed in on that, talking about return on investment. And look at these two over here. Look at this one right here, the Mrs. Tim Walsh. Like, wow, gosh, that's so intelligent. Yes, nodding her head. Yes, gosh, so smart, so smart. Yes, indeed. All right, and was that a head down from Tim Walls? Uh-oh. Like, uh-oh. Looked away from that one. Uh-oh. What's she getting into? So did Doug. They both look away at the same time. Look, watch. He turns and Doug turns. Look at that. Isn't that funny? Same time. Kind of getting a little uncomfortable there. You can see it on their body language. Wild. Now, I don't think that was that terrible from her. I mean, she did just sort of talk in circles a little bit. We're talking about return on investment, talked about the earned income child tax credit. And I think is trying to warm up on her talking point shtick, which she better get good at it because she's got 2 debates coming up. All right, so that's Kamala. And here was another one from her. She was out talking about the duality and the nature of democracy. Let's see.
Our election is about understanding the importance of this beautiful country of ours in terms of what we stand for around the globe as a democracy.
It's hilarious.
As a democracy,
So powerful.
we know there's a duality to the nature of democracy. On the one hand, incredible strength when it is intact, what it does for its people to protect and defend their right, liberty, their freedom. Incredibly strong and incredibly fragile. Our election.
All right. So do you think like that's not Obama? Okay. Like not at all. Not Obama at all. And I don't know if that's going to be that attractive to people when they get to hear that over and over and over again. Now here's Doug.
Passion when he is the vice president of the United States. And again, we really bonded. You saw me get up on that stage and we just hugged it out. A few of my friends texted me, like, what's the deal? Like, I've known you for 20 or 30 years. You've never hugged me like that. Well, you've never.
Okay. Well, it's because it's Tim Walz, dude. Tim Walz is friggin' weird. He's like, he squeezed the life force out of me. So, all right, that's what they're doing over there. And it's going to be a lot of that this week. So we're asking ourselves, who else is on the agenda? We've got Bill Clinton's going to be on the agenda, which is going to be a fun one for them because they're the same people who keep screaming about Trump's, sexual improprieties and whatever. And Bill Clinton is like the king of that. Talk about the Oval Office and cigars and dresses and all the things. And so they're going to put him front and center, right? The same guy who clearly cheated on his wife multiple times, did it while he was the president in the Oval Office. And now they're going to bring him out and use him as this pillar of Democratic honor or something.
Let me just add one thing. I think Kate Bedingfield is totally right that Joe Biden will talk about decency tonight. That's important. That's a great contrast. However, this is just an aside. You can take it as you will. But I don't know why Bill Clinton is still at these DNCs.
Oh!
He is a problem. He is a bad look for Democrats. He has been at every DNC since he was elected, and there's no good reason for it. Quit Bill Clinton. Finally, please.
Woo! Ezzy Cup, Makari Sellers, Kate Bedingfield. Thank you both. Everyone. Everyone.
Both is inclusive.
We are the world.
Perhaps does.
That's pretty funny. So sorry, Bill. We'll see how that goes down for him, but he is slated to speak. So it's going to be interesting. All right. We've also got Kristen Welker. So we're talking about some of Kamala Harris's actual policies. And there's been some other clips of some other people saying, well, if she releases her policy, in fact, we read an article last week here where we were talking about basically it's the Pelosi strategy. We'll tell you what's in the healthcare bill after we pass it. We have to pass it to find out what's in it. So they're doing the same thing. Elect Kamala, and then we'll know what her policies are. Gretchen, big Gretcherona, fake kidnapping hoaxer, is asked about this on TV.
When she ran in 2020, you will recall she called for banning fracking, supporting single-payer health care, eliminating private health insurance. The campaign says she no longer supports those positions. The Trump campaign, though, is calling her a chameleon. Do you think that Vice President Harris needs to do more to explain why she has shifted on those positions?
Well, I think insult from the Trump campaign is laughable when you think about his years in office and who he fought for.
When she ran in.
So I guess she just laughs at that, kind of like it's a funny joke. Well, Kamala's policies have been quite terrible, and we can see some of that because people are reacting to it. This is Don Lemon, who got fired from CNN and is trying to figure out what to do with himself now. He drove out, this is from him specifically, he drove out to Jersey, Atlantic City, and he had some interesting exchanges with some people on the street. Now, to be fair, he's also done some other videos. He's posting a bunch of these where others have said, oh, it's all Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. It's mostly like white dudes. It's weird. Like old white guys were like, Kamala, I love Kamala. It's weird, but okay. So here's this one, though. This one was a fun one from Don Lemon. A lot of interesting reactions.
We're here in Jersey, Atlantic City. Who do you support? I plead the fifth.
Trump for the win.
Tell me why.
I can't really call that right now, but I just feel like she's not good for president. She's good vice, but not for the actual lead role for the country.
Does it have anything to do with being a woman?
No. No, because I feel like women, nah, you're not going to give me that.
Your money's on Harris.
Yeah.
Who do you want?
Trump.
Why don't you like Harris?
She don't have any experience.
She's the vice president. She's a senator.
Yeah, no experience. No. She had no experience.
Well, I want Donald Trump. I just feel we need somebody that has a stronger background with the military and the world in general.
She was a prosecutor and an attorney general,
a terrible
senator, and a vice president. You're in a gambling town. Who's your money on?
I'm gonna support the Democratic Party, but I mean, Trump looked like he got it in the bag right now.
4 years ago, it was a lot better. I made a lot more money than I do now.
Yeah, I know you feel that way, but that's not actually what the record shows. The economy is actually better under Biden. No, I'm serious. That's what the facts show.
CNN? Okay, you know what?
No. Do you watch CNN? No, not anymore. He doesn't.
No, it's not because I watch CNN. Trump or Harris?
Hilarious.
That's who's going to win.
That's who's going to win.
Who you support?
I support Trump. All the people that came to this country legally, it's not fair that they're letting all
10,000 to 15,000 people or 20,000 people here illegally. Have you seen San Diego? They're coming off the boats, off the water right here, off the ocean. Did you know Biden was flying them in? Did you know Biden was flying them in? You didn't know that?
What do you Canadians think about what's going on here?
We think you're all nuts. We're just watching from afar and just enjoying the show.
Well, you're welcome that we take care of a lot of the global problems so you can have nothing to worry about. We'll just handle it.
I got to get out of Atlantic City. Where are we going to next?
We're all nuts. Get so irritated about that. It's like, okay, yeah, we're nuts.
Both for all the shifts.
Good. All right. Well, we got a pretty big responsibility as America.
Our best
All right. So anyways, shout out to our Canadian friends. Now, here is Martha Raddatz. She was also out saying that there's a bunch of dumb people, right? Like Don Lemon said,
get you there. $16
to that guy. He's like, no, man, I'm making less money. He's like, well, that's not what the statistics say. Okay. The news reports that the economy is great. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's right across.
Do you watch CNN? Probably doesn't even realize he's Don Lemon, right? Obviously. So now they're coming out and they're saying these people are just stupid. Okay, you're dumb. The fact that everything's expensive, grocery store prices are through the roof, everything is worse than it was 3.5 years ago. That's just your delusion. Okay, wake up, get your facts checked, and get on board with Kamala.
While our polls show support from Black voters has swung 12 points in Harris's favor,
I'm leaning more towards Kamala.
Melody Davey has not bought in. Trump's rhetoric has clearly had an effect on her in an astonishing way.
Trump's rhetoric.
Have you decided who you want to vote for?
Honestly, no. I'm leaning towards Trump.
Let's go, Melody.
And why is that?
A lot of the stuff Kamala says is kind of like what Trump has said, like no taxes on tips.
Yeah.
Was something that was kind of reiterated by Trump beforehand.
And she stole it.
She's just kind of been caught up in a lot of
just like
lies.
the nomination.
Like what?
I think lying about her heritage was one of them.
You think she lied about her heritage?
Yeah, I believe she's just Indian. I don't think she's Black.
She is always identified as Black. She is half Indian.
Well, I think that's something we can definitely agree to disagree on.
And there was no convincing her otherwise.
Yeah, no convincing her because that's what she was. She's been a chameleon, right? She's changed multiple times. And so I think this woman has, she's well within her rights to say, yeah, it's kind of weird that she has all these different lived experiences all of a sudden, and then she just pulls one out of her booty when it's very convenient for her in an election campaign. So not happy about this. Trump's rhetoric has really gotten her confused. She doesn't know any better because Trump is reprogramming her brain as we're in the middle of the biggest psyop outside of COVID of our lifetimes, right? It's been crazy to see the amount of propaganda that has been just shoved down the airwaves into our skulls on a regular basis. This woman was not buying any of it. And this was an epic clip that came over from CNN. Let's listen to this woman set this caller straight.
They're never going to let you in the club, okay? And you like the movie Django, you are the character of Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know the exact terminology, but not Uncle Tom, but Uncle Tommy, or you were a complete sellout.
First of all, it sounded like that was a non-Black person telling me that. So as a Democrat, that sounds pretty racial and pretty divisive. Next, it's very interesting that I, again, would be called names or be compared to fictional characters because of who I choose to support. Again, these people who are calling and making these derogatory statements about me, who I choose to support, are denying the fact that, again, who are you to tell me that my personal experience is invalid? I think that that's something that a lot of Democrats need to look within, because how have you tried? Kamala Harris is in office right now and has not tried to do anything about the border, has not tried to not tax people on tips, and has not tried to do anything about our failing education system. So everything that she's promising she can do for you on day one, she could do right now, but she's not trying to. So that's something to, for some Dems to take home. So are you telling me that with all the Black wealth that exists here in Atlanta, with all the Black millionaires that live here in Atlanta, why in the world do 92% of APS students are illiterate? Make it make sense. And we have Democratic mayors, we have Democratic city council members, we have Democratic commissioners, and for whatever reason, 92% of the kids here cannot read. That statistic did not exist in Nevada. So again, I don't know if it was the fact that I got lucky. I can't say that, oh my God, it's the teachers that suck out here. I would never demean our educators here in Atlanta. But what we can acknowledge is the numbers, sir. And so while you want to call me not smart, please tell me what your side has done to fix the illiteracy rate that we see in our Black children. Absolutely nothing. And in fact, not only have they not done anything to address the illiteracy issue, but then they're further confusing their kids by confusing your kids by telling them that men can give birth, by telling them that there's 53 genders, and that by telling them that your love for your best friend must mean that you are gay, you are a pansexual, asexual. Kids under the age of anything high school should not be thinking anything sexual, period.
Amen.
Sexual should not even be in their vocabulary. Amen. So for you to say that I'm not smart because I'm willing to call out all of the degeneracy that exists within our current education system only points to your lack of intelligence and your lack of initiative to actually do something in regards to saving our children and saving our schools.
Yeah! Woo! Woo, man! That was amazing. So that woman's name is Michaela Montgomery. Damn! Wow. Okay, that was like multiple combos, right? He's dead. All right, he's dead. Stop. He's dead. It was amazing. So, and all good points. I mean, we have been covering Atlanta for a long time. That's Fulton County. That's Big Fannie Willis. And look at the degeneracy that's in that prosecutor's office, right? These are people who are supposed to be honorable and full of integrity and beyond reproach, the most law-abiding people in all of society, and they're just riddled with degeneracy. And then they're going to come back out and they'll prosecute Trump, and then they'll sell it to their base as though they're out there fighting for them and fighting for justice. And unfortunately, a bunch of people there will buy it, and not much will change, unfortunately. So the Republicans and Trump are going to be counter-programming this week. You can see this was Carolyn Levitt, who was on with the news, saying, yep, we're going to be preparing for this. I think Trump is making a swing states tour, and we're going to have a bunch of activity from him and his campaign. Here's an update.
Or lay out and get ready to attack afterwards.
Oh, we will definitely be counter-programming the disastrous Democrat National Convention this week. President Trump and Senator Vance are going to be barnstorming the country. They'll be back in Pennsylvania tomorrow. They're going to be in Michigan, in Arizona, and also in the great state of Nevada. President Trump talking about his no tax on tips proposal there that Kamala Harris has, of course, plagiarized from him. The two of them will be all over the place. It's going to be a great week for our team, and we look forward to the winning message that they're going to bring across this country. In contrast to the losing message that the Democrats have right now, they'll be celebrating the 4 years of failures that Kamala Harris has brought to this country.
Caroline, let's talk about the convergence of policy proposals, because we heard Donald Trump say no tax on tips, and then Kamala Harris said the same thing, as well as the child tax credits. He put that on X. He says Kamala Harris will soon propose that we finish the border wall and make America great again. No one should be fooled by the fake campaign copying President Trump's vision. The difference is Trump actually lowered prices as president. Harris is in power now and does nothing. What's your reaction?
Kamala Harris is trying to deceive the American people, and frankly, it's insulting. The difference between Kamala Harris and President Trump is that President Trump can actually be trusted to implement these policies, because look at Kamala Harris's record. First of all, in the Senate, she represented the highest tax state in the country, liberal California. She has repeatedly supported raising taxes on the American people throughout her political career. She voted against President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, which, by the way, expanded the child tax credit. And since she's been vice president, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden expanded the IRS to go after hardworking Americans. In fact, under their administration, 60% of the audits conducted by the IRS have targeted middle-class households making less than $400,000 a year. Remember, they told us they wouldn't come after us if middle-class families make less than that amount. Well, they have broken that promise. Kamala Harris will break her promise to end taxes on tips. It's a policy she plagiarized from President Trump because she knows it's popular, and she's trying to moderate her persona ahead of the election, and it's insulting.
It is insulting. Plagiarism, stealing, thieving Kamala is out there doing the thing that the Democrats do. They just steal from everybody else and take it as their own. Oh, that's our patent now. Oh, that's our country now. Here is JD Vance. Now, he's also out making the rounds. He was out on Sunday. Here's what he said.
I mean, our Fox News polling does show the economy is the number one issue and that people do give you all the edge on that. And yet, this is what we have out from some new polling out of the New York Times. They say Ms. Harris is now leading Mr. Trump among likely voters in Arizona 50-45 and is even edged ahead of Mr. Trump in North Carolina, a state Mr. Trump won 4 years ago, while narrowing his lead significantly in Georgia and Nevada. What is the administration doing, the campaign doing with that data as it comes in? I mean, these are critical states that you got to have a path to 270. Are there any pivots? Are there any, reconfiguring of what you're doing in the strategy? Because you talk about your message, but is it not landing?
Not here. I can't get a hold of IDs. And I'm not.
Well, let me say two things about this, Shannon. First of all, the polls tend to radically overstate Democrats. We certainly saw that during the polling of summer of 2020 and summer of 2016. And of course, a lot of those polls were wrong when it came to Election Day. The second thing I'll say, Shannon, is what we have certainly seen is that Kamala Harris got a bit of a sugar high a couple of weeks ago. But what we've actually seen from our own internal data, Shannon, is that Kamala Harris has already leveled off. If you talk to insiders in the Kamala Harris campaign, they're very worried about where they are because the American people just don't buy the idea that Kamala Harris, who has been vice president for 3.5 years, is somehow going to tackle the inflation crisis in a way tomorrow that she hasn't for the past 1,300 days. Giving Kamala Harris control over inflation policy, Shannon, it's like giving Jeffrey Epstein control over.
No, I mean, you should be able to get it done this afternoon. And if you get it done, you can come back tomorrow for the orientation.
Well, I'm trying to do it now because,
you got to have those done before we can let you sit.
No,
they require.
I'm gonna do it.
Uh huh.
I have a daughter in the ICU, so I'm
I
trying
got
to
you.
run
I got you.
back and forth.
Yeah, if you need to connect to our Wi-Fi, that's fine too.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Stepping inside is the inevitable. Not letting you in, dude. Sorry. All right. Let's see. Watch Predator Poacher from the weekend. Beyond a Roach. Hey, Matt, are you going to be in the fantasy football again this year? Mm-hmm. Are you? Racks on racks. Ooh. Go. 13 minutes still. Fine. All right. Over here. Try this again.
Well, ma'am, isn't he just sitting right over there? I'd rather just go talk to him. Look, I mean, I know I don't want to bring any trouble to you guys or anybody else.
You already have.
Well,
I'm just saying. I mean,
well, no, I haven't done
we
anything.
have other disabled individuals that live here and putting them at risk.
Well, I'm not trying to put anybody at
I
risk.
understand that, but you are.
I'm not doing anything. His actions are the only reason I'm here. I wouldn't know who this individual is if it wasn't for him messaging underage kids. I believe that's him over there, is it not?
I can't tell.
All right. Well, my eyesight's pretty good. It looks like him. Look, I don't want to talk to anybody else here but him. I'm not here to talk to you. Well, I mean, if y'all want
Is that
to.
a camera right there?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't want to be on any camera.
Okay. Well, that's why I think we should probably just talk to him.
But this is a group home.
I'm aware of that. And I'm not here to talk to the group. I'm here to talk to the individual. He's, as far as I know, he's the only one whose messages I have. I don't think anybody else would.
So is he continuing to do this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been an issue for, from what it looks to be, years on end. So I don't talk to him. Obviously, I'm not here to hurt anybody or cause any trouble or ask anybody for money or anything or extort anybody. But I mean, I have no issue with, I don't know. He doesn't need to be alone. If y'all want to observe that I'm not going to do anything to him, then you're free to. And I'm not here to get any of you guys on camera all this. And I know y'all had no idea about it, but I think it's important that, hey, if he's going to continue to do this.
So this has continued since the beginning of the month when the Bikers Against Predators were here?
They talk to the same guy?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, yeah, he's been doing it still.
So
Absolutely.
no connection with them, and you're just another group that is going
I
around?
know who Bikers Against Predators is.
I know, but you're not affiliated. You're totally different.
That's correct. Yeah,
I heard your shirt said something about pedophiles.
It did.
Which I
Yeah,
can see
it's
through.
inside out. Yeah, but well, I was see if I knew that Bikers Against Predators came here, I would have asked them already. But no, I know who they are. I'm friends with them. But no, he's been doing the same thing since you know they been doing the same thing since they came. I mean, you know, I'm sure as you know, these people never stop doing this.
Oh, I'm not trying to justify or stick up for him in any way.
Yeah.
I'm just protecting other people that live in this home.
Oh, absolutely.
And when Bikers Against Predators came, they, I mean, they identified where we are in this home, and that puts people at risk.
Well, I'm not here to identify this home or anybody. I'm just here to talk to Kevin.
He's free to talk to whoever he wants.
Bye.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on her tight